commission. We have Commission Member Ross. Here. Commission Member Collins. Here. Commission Member Richter. Here. Commission Member Kavanaugh. Right here. Commission Member Miyagi. Here. Commission Member Tovar. Commission Member Yusuf.
Okay.
Six present.
I've gone around them.
You got it right. It's fine.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Tonight we are meeting with our commissioners from the Public Art Commission, and this is our annual session with Public Art. The topics of the Public Art Commission are highlights from past year, current projects, future projects, and council questions. So I'd like to turn this over to the chair of the committee, and Kathleen. If I remember correctly, this is you.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you to all the City Council. This is my first joint meeting, and also I get to chair this meeting. So there you go. I'm a double newbie. We have a short agenda in that we wanted to just spend, I know we probably don't quite have a full hour, so if we have 50 minutes, let's say, we hoped to spend 20 minutes just doing a quick review as well as show you our database, which has been the talk of the town, if you read your Palo Alto Weekly and online version, what we've got kind of in the works, and then our aspirations in 2014, which we think dovetail very well with our town and a lot of what your initiatives and thinking is. And then we wanted to spend the most that we can talking with you if you have questions and answering that sort of thing. So we try to divide up our presentation, as you all may know better than I, so everyone has a chance to speak. And so many of the commissioners are actually sadly rolling off after a lot of years of good service. And so we're leaning on them for the first part to do our year in review. So we've got Trish and Allie and Amanda who will lead us off and kind of tag team a little bit. And then Larissa will show us the database. Ben will talk about planning, and then I'll try to wrap it back up. And I consider myself a little bit of the time coach. So if you see me trying to get awkward, that's because I'm trying to get us to move along. So with that, Trish, can I turn it to you?
All righty. I just want to kind of go through. Is it on? Okay, great. Over the last year, what we've done that has been the most fun and the most fond memories were when Aurora was installed this year. It was pretty amazing. The streets were closed off. We had hundreds of people, and Greg and I were on the Burning Man bus and giving speeches to hundreds of people. And that's really why I joined the Art Commission, was to bring the community together. So that was definitely the pinnacle of being on the Art Commission, was having that installed and having all the children, my son included, bringing Aurora to town. So it's been really fun, and it was amazing bringing the community together, and everybody was excited from all walks of life to gather and talk at Aurora. And also the other thing that I was most proud of is the bears that were put in at Hoover Park. So that was something that was brought on through a neighborhood association. And we didn't have, it wasn't a 1% for art project. It was something that we went to the commission and asked for the funds, and they were approved. And we brought the bears to Hoover Park, which we think was an absolutely perfect fit for Hoover Park. It stands for a lot of the values that we have in Palo Alto, which are family values. It's a family of bears, and they're exploring in the woods, which is exactly what I was hoping to accomplish with this piece of artwork. So those are the two things I'm most fond of, are the bears. So hopefully you'll get a chance to go see them. Bruce Beasley, of course, is amazing. And the owls we're enjoying, and Aurora. So with that, we've really enjoyed working with the council here, who've been very supportive and been great to work with on the Art Commission. So with that, that's been the highlights of last year. And so we'll go ahead and move on to the next phase. There's Aurora and all the people. I just want you to see all that. That was great. Super fun. All right, thank you.
Anything you wanted to add?
Well, actually, I'm the filler tonight, so I'm just going to sit back and let everybody do their job, because I know they're going to do well. But if I have to say anything, because I know I won't have to say anything because everybody's going to do a great job, is that I like to thank the council, because this is my tonight, and then this meeting for this month will be my last term date. I filled 2 terms, and I've served you as vice chair and chair, and I'm happy. I started off coming in on the percent for art for public sector, I'm going out on the private percent with the private financing. So I'm happy about that. And thank you, Greg. All right. We can move on.
Okay, so is this on? Yeah. Hi, everyone, and I'm excited tonight to introduce to you both some new works from the collection as well as our database. And in last week's weekly, and I think we have a couple extra here if you guys didn't get a chance to see it, there was a nice article written about the new database for the City of the Artwork, which has been a long time coming, as many of you know. And when I joined the commission now 6 years ago, it was something we started talking about then, and it's taken a lot of work and many different people being involved both in the city and volunteers, and it's exciting now to have a live database, which I'll show you. A couple of things just to note about the collection, a couple of significant pieces that are new this year. Universal Woman by Nathan Oliveira. It was a donation to the city and will be installed in the courtyard of the Art Center very soon. And another one is Eastern Memories by Bill Barrett, which you've all seen because it's the piece in the chambers. Okay, so just Nadia's going to lead us into the website. In addition to this section about the collection, Nadia, who's come on relatively new in the last few months, has done a lot of work just to get information on the website updated about what the commission's doing, to have information that people can download so that people who are interested in subscribing to our news or wondering about how they might respond to an RFQ. Also, there's a whole section for developers now with the new 1% so that they can go on there and find out information that they need about that. So that's really been great. So you can see here on the left, there's policies and documents, way to sign up for e-news, information about the commission, what new opportunities are available, and how you submit for them. So this has been really helpful, and kudos to both Nadia and Elise in getting this pulled together. So if you jump into the collection, this is the part where now you can go here to see all of the works in the collection. There are some holes that are in the midst of being filled in as far as some pictures and so forth, but basically what you'll find is that every piece in the collection, both two-dimensional and three-dimensional, has its own page that often has multiple images on it. Here's Aurora with information about who the artist is. Many of them have descriptions, photo credit. It's a nice way, if you, Nadia, go under, say, discipline and go to painting. You can search by that. You can then see all the paintings in the collection, and you can scroll down. Why don't you scroll down to, say, Mitchell Johnson? He was an artist who was one of our Coverly artists in residence, and so as part of their agreement with the city, before they leave, they donate a work to the city. So this was the piece that he donated. Has a description of it, how we received it, the acquisition source. So when pieces are gifted to the city, it says that they're pieces that, there's a website indicated there. For works that are cited permanently, they have an address so someone can see exactly where it is. Pieces that are portable works don't have a location because those change. So some of those works, as you know, are here in City Hall. Some are cited at the Art Center. Some will be cited at the new Mitchell Park Library and Community Center. Here's the one right here in City Hall. So if you haven't had a chance to take a look, I suggest going on and checking out what's there. I think this has been a great step for us to get to this point and to offer to the community to be able to see what is in their public art collection. So why don't we, I think you guys could navigate more of this on your own. I won't take you through any more at this point. Let's continue on so we have some more to talk about. Amanda?
Thank you, Larissa. Good evening, everyone. In these next few slides, we want to highlight work in progress, what's coming. These are projects on the horizon, both long and short term, permanent and temporary. These listed projects are all launching in the next couple of years, and although we're excited about all of them, one in particular that we wanted to highlight for you is the public art plan for the newly reconfigured lobby here at City Hall.
As you may be aware, it is to be a major element of the renovation. New, interactive, technology-driven, intended to engage the community and activate the space. The selection panel has narrowed down the artists to 5 and await their submissions, and we're very excited to see the proposals and what they bring. Moving on to 2 more fully developed projects. To further update you, the first on the right, Brilliance by the artist team Creative Machines based in Tucson, slated for installation in July in the space between the Art Center and Main Library. You'll recall that it's comprised of sculptures relating in shape and making use of light and text. And the one on the left, the fountain for California Avenue, which will be the centerpiece of the newly designed plaza and public space there. And then finally, we have 2 incredible temporary installations coming to downtown. The first is a project in the tunnels at University Avenue. This has been launched in partnership with Stanford, a first for the commission, which we and they are thrilled about. It will be created by a local artist of global renown, Ala Ebtekar, and the proposal is it will be an interactive light and sound installation with some degree of interactivity with the light and or the sound. We're waiting on specifics from the artist. As we're all aware, it's a pretty dim space, and the art will serve to electrify both literally and figuratively this very visible, transitional, highly trafficked area and engage travelers coming into Palo Alto. Local business is very excited about public art coming to downtown, and despite the partnership with Stanford, we are still working on the funding for the project and actively seeking partners and sponsors for it. Secondly, temporary project by Anthony DeScenza. He's another local artist. It's planned to be a series of signs installed along a designated pathway downtown, beginning and ending here at City Hall. The signs are designed to get people to think about community, and we look forward to him coming to our next meeting with project specifics. His work has actually appeared in the city before he was part of the Art Center's Community Creates program. And the other ongoing projects worth mentioning this evening are more operational in nature, dovetailing on the database launch. We have spent some time as a commission examining our commission operating model, which hadn't been done for the past several years. This involved clarifying roles and responsibilities, looking at our subcommittee structure, working on overall governance issues, all with the goal to make sure that we're working as efficiently and effectively as possible. With the public art program growing and really set to take off with the implementation of 1% in private development, we want to make sure that our implementing our best practices and utilizing our time and resources as intelligently and as thoughtfully as we can. This has involved an open dialogue between staff and the commission. We are continuing to document policies and procedures. We will continue to look outward to strengthen relationships within the city and various groups relevant to and important to public art. We will continue to be ambassadors for the program and look for partnership opportunities. And we believe that we are now better organized and set up for success as we head into planning for the growth of the program. And with that, I hand it over to my fellow Commissioner Ben.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Shepard and members of the City Council. Thank you for implementing the 1% for public art by private development ordinance. The ordinance has a provision for a public art master plan, which is very exciting in our future. The City Council, through the Public Art Commission, has allocated $25,000 to start this process, and we anticipate allocating more funds to complete this process, and the kickoff of the master plan process will be this summer. This places the City Council and the Public Art Commission in an exciting and pivotal place in history with the adoption of the Percent for Art by Public Development Ordinance. The master plan sets out a vision for public art in Palo Alto. Palo Alto's public art plan is an ideal launching point for the inclusion of local, regional, national, and international artists. Bold, innovative, risk-taking, and destination quality artworks are words that are used to describe a strong public art master plan. What are the processes used to achieve this kind of master plan? The process will integrate national and local expertise, stakeholder consultation and research. First and foremost, it is important to have a broad-based steering committee that will oversee the public art master plan process. Members of the City Council and Public Art Commission, citizens, city staff, arts professionals and patrons, business leaders, both large and small. Other stakeholders and staff at the university can be members of this committee. This provides both multicultural and multidisciplinary input and helps to create buy-in by the various constituency within the community. And the buy-in is very important for a master plan. The plan will conduct interviews with city council members, public art commission, city staff, steering committee members, and stakeholders, hold community focus groups, hold community art plan meetings, conduct online surveys, and interact with staff and study Palo Alto's key documents and future development plans. Select the appropriate consultant. That's last on the list, but it's most important. I think you need to have the appropriate consultant to work with to come up with a very master plan. The public art master plan process dovetails nicely with our Palo Alto. The ideas, which are the public input, the conversations that we have about public art, the actions which formulate the public art master plan, and the design. Public art is an integral part of the city building process. Plans for public art should be incorporated into the update of the comprehensive plan. What are some of the projects that can be developed with the master plan? Here are some examples. Integrate streetscape elements that enrich the pedestrian environment. Temporary projects, usually less than a year in duration, and Aurora right out here in her plaza is one example of that. Interactive public art projects. Gateway elements at entryways to downtown or thresholds where people leave their cars or transit and become pedestrians. Integrating art with architectural, landscape, and infrastructure design, allowing for creative collaborations and strong aesthetic outcomes. And another part of this is an iconic destination quality artwork. And Nadia, if we could go back one slide, please. We have the HANDS project. I think a lot of you have seen this at San Jose, a minute at San Jose International Airport. Parking structures don't have to be big blobs of concrete. And that's what, if that wasn't there, that's what that would be. But that really dresses that up. These are hands that are people in San Jose that use their hands in their jobs. It's actually put on chain link fence, and there's dots that are put on there. And I talked to some of the workers, and they said it was like putting together a big puzzle when they were doing this. And the Chain Link Association voted this one of the best uses of chain link fence for the year. So, you know, there's a benefit to that as well. And Nadia, if we can go to the next slide, please. The top left picture there is the Crown Fountains by Plensa in Chicago and Millennium Park. And this is a really cool project. This uses LED lights to put up the faces of the people of Chicago as they spit out that water. The Bay Bridge lights down here in the bottom right is right here in our backyard. It's the largest public art project that uses lights in the world. It was installed as a temporary art project, but now they're trying to raise funds to make it a permanent project. Public art master plans can last from 3 to 10 years. Since this is the initial public art plan, 5 years seems to be about the right length. The plan will be reviewed each year by the Public Art Commission and staff, and a report issued on the status of the plan. At the 4-year mark of the plan, steps should be taken to rewrite or update the plan. What are some of the benefits of a public art master plan? It establishes realistic goals and outcomes. We don't want to set ourselves up for failure, and that's why the consultant becomes very important in this process. Another benefit, city departments often interpret public art funding requirements in an inconsistent way and do not always involve public art staff early enough in their capital project planning process to create projects with impact. This plan would help to get public art involved earlier in the project. It integrates public art and long-term planning processes, provides for a maintenance plan of the public art collection, which is very important. Maintenance is always something that's overlooked in any public art collection. Encourages excellence in the design of public buildings, parks, streets, and infrastructure. Creates strong, meaningful connections between people and places that are important to the community and civic life. Provides a means of informing new city council members, city staff, and public art commissioners about the public art plans for Palo Alto. And provides the citizens of Palo Alto a blueprint of the public art plans and processes in which they have an opportunity to become involved. The City Council and the Public Art Commission can provide innovation and leadership to have a cohesive view of the future of Palo Alto. By aligning public art with the next generation of design and development in Palo Alto can lead in making public art a recognizable asset that strengthens the city as an attractive place to live, work, learn, play, and visit. Thank
All right. Well, that is our brief presentation, believe it or not. And I will love to remark that of the 20-minute time we had allocated, we are 2 minutes shy. So just mark that in the record books. But more for a city meeting, right? No, but I mean, I think this just shows the amazing capability of the commission that we have. These are people who are incredibly talented and experienced, and so I mean, it's a pleasure to work with all of them. And I thank all of you, because I think at this moment there's a bunch of things converging, and this notion of planning and outreach to the community and kind of thinking long term is exactly kind of where our commission has been. And so we've already allocated funds, as you heard Ben say, to start the planning process. And so our first, the rest of this fiscal year, we'll be able to, begin scoping and hopefully start that process. And then into the next fiscal year, begin an actual outreach and interviews, and then we'll continue and gather information. But I really see this as a master plan document as something that will help us to be, sort of have equity as we identify projects going forward. So there will be developers who will choose the in lieu fee. We just know that it will be beneficial to them. It will be great for us. I see our neighbors to the south, Los Altos. You might have seen that they've got a couple of exciting things cooking there, and competition is always a good thing. Neighbors need to keep neighbors on their toes, so I will say no more about that, but I think we should keep reaching. And I think the last picture that we had, sorry Nadia, was this one from the city of Santa Monica. I remember in our discussion of percent for art, it's just kind of funny. It's like this convergence of the percent for art, parking, and art. So this is an example of using light on parking structures, and we're talking about using the parking structures for solar power. There are many uses for parking structures, hands that are community input. So anyhow, I think I've officially used up the last 2 minutes of presentation. Don't want to go beyond that, but I do want to open up for discussion. You may all have particular questions, or feel free, or we can also solicit input from you. So
Thank you. And I wanted to note too, before we get off, Ben, you've got our Palo Alto pen on. You really are. You're in it. You're in the moment. We love the fact that you've captured, you've caught the spirit of that, because we think that each of the commissions could really add a lot of value as we go forward. So, Councilmember Holman, would you like to kick us off?
Sure, nice going there, Ben, on the brownie points.
Looking for a raise.
Yeah. So it's been my privilege to be the liaison the last 2 years, or last year and this year, to the commission. And as these things go, I don't get to attend every meeting, but a good number of them. And I'm so very, very impressed, and hope that some of you will reconsider about reapplying. I want to do a special thank you to Larissa and to Kathleen, because you've been chairs the most of the time that I have been liaison, and I'm very impressed with your leadership and your organizational skills, as well as your creative guidance. And I would say that what's really remarkable about this art commission, not that I have experience with other art commissions, but in working with artists coming from that world, it's so very, very impressive that you're working in both the left brain and right brain. I mean, you have, the percent for art that I know you spent so much time going over that ordinance. I mean, painstakingly going over that ordinance. You've got this website, which is just unbelievable. I don't know how many pieces are in the archive. Does anybody know offhand? It's about. Yeah. Give or take none. And at the same time, you're also evaluating art projects and artists and such. And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think Kathleen was pretty instrumental in getting the sponsorship of Stanford University and the tunnel. And those kinds of things don't come easily, and I think you deserve to get recognized for that. So I think I saw Claudia come in earlier, and I know Claudia has appreciated the bears in Hoover Park, been photographed with them and all kinds of things. But I just really want to express true gratitude for this commission, the work that you do, the commitment. You're really hardworking. It's remarkable and obvious, and really want to thank you for that. And I guess that's it. It's just, I hope some of you will reconsider and or have not made up your minds yet about staying on the commission, because institutional memory is important. And if we have a huge turnover, that's not necessarily a good thing. And but no matter what the outcome of that is, just know that you've left a tremendous body of work behind, and thank you so very, very much.
I think the commission process is closed because we're voting on that tonight. So, you're going to have to talk to the maker over here. Councilmember Scharf.
Councilmember Smurf. Is that where we're going?
Yes, that's where we're going with that. Wait a minute.
I wanted to say that I was the liaison. Second. It was really a privilege, and it was interesting. And it's really, you have huge momentum. I'm really sure was there. You remember when I was that year, you were de-assessing some pieces, and you were trying to get the stuff online. There's the fountain issue that came up. So as I say, you really all pulled it together. And I'm a little concerned that we lose. So I really hope you guys are doing. I wanted to say really do appreciate it. So I also had a couple of things that temporary versus. I really think that's an interesting thing. You spend more time on thinking about when things are permanent and things are temporary. I'm thinking that we're going to do the thing in the tunnel, which sounds great. And what would be nice about the notion of temporary, at least the way I'm thinking about it, is that when it goes away, it's replaced by something. So it's not like it's temporary, the community loves it, and then it goes away. And that's different than I get the structures of the things made out of sticks.
Patrick Doherty over by
right. That's a different type of temporary. Right. That's a different temporary installation.
That's right.
That's a different temporary installation than Aurora, in my view, and what you're going to do in the tunnels. Now, the other thing that's really interesting is that I was lucky enough to with Aurora and with the Bears, and I would say it's interesting to see the community feedback. The community loves Aurora, as far as I can tell. I've yet to hear anyone say anything nasty about Aurora or anything like that. And people love the Bears. I've heard so much good things about those two throughout the community. I'm sure there are other pieces that people talk about. Those two really stand out. I think that 1 year for Aurora is too short, frankly. And I'd like to see the commission see if we can extend Aurora, or at least figure out what that would cost and what it would look like if we extended it for a longer period of time. It's interesting how I think it really matches up with City Hall. It looks like it was designed to go there, at least in my view, which is sort of unique. I mean, I was sort of surprised. When I first heard about Aurora, I was a little skeptical, actually. But I really love it. And so I think you guys are doing great things. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to build a parking garage. We've been talking about that. I think that's going to happen downtown. And I think it's going to happen on California Avenue as well. And I'd like to see you guys get involved early, because parking garages, as you've pointed out and other cities do, can be great public art and can look great. And I think early input into that, just don't slow down the process too much, because I want those garages. But I do. I think they could be great. So anyway, I wanted to say thanks for all your service for those of you who are leaving, and keep up the good work.
All right. Councilmember Price?
Yes, thank you. The devotion and the results are really terribly exciting. As a lot of projects come along the years, and to see the results is personally very rewarding. It's very exciting. In a lot of cities, there's a lot of struggle over the issue of placemaking and the role of public art in placemaking and really celebrating creativity. And in Palo Alto, we're very conscious and self-conscious about that. So it's really wonderful to see the intensity of effort really work. I wanted to comment quickly on the temporary installation, because you, as many of us, have seen great temporary installations all over the world. Lighting ones, sound installations that really are exciting, and the idea that you can move from one type of installation to another. So what comes to mind, and Ben will know this one, is the 01 Festival in San Jose. When they did a massive lighting program on City Hall, you know, it looked like an impressionist painting. And it went, I don't know, it was a couple different evenings. And it was great. And so the question is, of course, design, you know, who is responsible, the cost, and that kind of thing. But to think of ways in which we can creatively highlight some of the structures. I concur with the issue on parking structure. In fact, I wonder if maybe at some point in the future, maybe our public art is an example of, you know, creative parking. I actually have a lot of images because when we go places, I always have my iPhone taking pictures of things that I like. The other thing, I've said this before, I'll be brief, is I hope that in the public art master plan that we continue, and you're all on this one, I think, is to be bold and to look at the issue of size and scale. I've often felt that public art suffers in many communities, especially smaller areas, smaller communities. And I think that's a real disaster. So there are times when punyism is helpful, but there are times when...
Is that a real term?
Yeah. There's times when the grand vision about public art being bold. And so many of these examples that you've given and things that you've seen as you've traveled, it really makes a difference. Now, bold often means expensive too. But I guess that's one thing I'd like to make a comment about. The importance of not falling into the easy path of because it's not as interesting, it's not as bold. So anyway, I love this work. I think you've done great, and I look forward to seeing these results. It's very interesting. And thank you for all your hard work.
Councilmember Berman.
So I'm excited to see some of these examples in the presentation you guys made. I'm not too worried about punyism with some of the. I'm going to start using that word. I like that. With Aurora. No, I wasn't. But we've got Aurora. We've got the apricot tree of life. You know, the 8-foot tall universal woman. We've got some great pieces that you guys have recommended, and a couple of the pieces I've actually randomly in the past month or two had 2 Facebook posts from friends in Palo Alto about the public art that both the apricot mural in Juan Briones Park, that a friend who goes to the park a lot commented that she loves it and her family loves it. So and I hadn't actually seen it until now, so I see why she loves it. And then a friend actually she's from San Jose. She was up here for a meeting, and she posted about the wooden installation that we have outside of the art center, and she kind of asked, "What the heck is that?" And for those of you who watched the HBO series True Detective, I said it was kind of like a scene from the last scene of True Detective. But I love that piece also. I think
we watched Silicon Valley now.
Well, I haven't. You're with it. That was just last night, I think, was the.
That wasn't their installation either. So.
But the importance of public art is the point that I'm making, is that people really do notice these things, and it really does brighten up people's day. Even, I mean, this one friend, she was just driving by and she saw it. So it really pops. Yeah. You know, and I can, recall feeling that same way about art that I've seen in foreign cities that I visited. So, I could go on with praise. I really loved this presentation. I really loved, and was impressed by the fact that you guys were dealing internally with your own policy and governance issues. You were dealing with things that we had going on now, and you were planning for the 1% art, the increased funding, and things that we're going to be doing in the future is really impressive and great to get your house in order before that infusion of funds, so that we can really make good decisions moving forward, I think is great. So, I'll second what Gail and Greg said in regards to finding ways to. I was reminded of putting lipstick on a pig, finding ways to make our parking garages look nice. And the Santa Monica ones, you guys have the photos of the color. I actually have photos on my iPhone from one of the parking garages there that has the round balls and the basket kind of thing, which is really awesome. So there's a lot, there's a lot that we can do there that I think we should to make those structures as appealing as possible. And thank you guys all. And for those of you who are leaving the commission, thank you guys so much for the work that you've done. And I'm excited for the work ahead. Thanks.
Councilmember Klein.
Well, for those of you who are met the record, I think the work you've done, I use words like that very often, but I can remember thinking back to where the Arts Commission has been over time. I think a long way, and really pivotal to work with you all the time, not something that counts. I want to talk briefly about the
Larry, is your mic on?
Thank you, Liz.
It is. I do.
Okay, thank you.
Get closer.
Yeah. I do want to emphasize, if I can, the parking garage issue, because I think as you travel around the country, the ugliest buildings around in most communities are parking garages, and I know that we can do better, and I'm glad to see the examples you had. My one-time hometown is Miami Beach, Florida, and it has won several awards for its parking garage. And on my last visit 2 years ago, I importuned one of my good friends to go around with me and visit the parking garages in Miami Beach that have won some awards. So I know it can be done. We can certainly do better than Miami Beach, Florida. And I have a test for you, derived from that experience. One of their parking garages has become so popular that they now have weddings there.
That's great. Revenue.
Source of funds.
Okay, so that's what I want for Palo Alto.
Yeah.
There's a water.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Thank you all for a great job.
Anybody else from this side? Then Councilmember Schmidt? No? Okay. Vice Mayor Niss?
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to be the observer on your commission. So, but I know it's a coveted spot to have because people like doing that. We know the ones they don't want to do, and we know they like to do yours. So, one question: do any of you do docent work for the tours? Are you ever asked? You do?
He's from the public. Oh.
The what?
What's a docent? He's from
Oh,
the
what's a
public.
docent? Somebody who would take you around the community and talk about just what we talked about tonight, our public art, and explain what its background is and so forth. Is it something that some of you have done?
We haven't done it for the city.
Not formally, but
We've done it for fundraisers at schools. You know, Walter Hayes will do a bike tour and take people around, and we've done a scavenger hunt, made it fun, like to find the concrete ocean, as Elise is known. So a lot of different groups, and we've done it, and I'll continue to do it through schools. But we haven't done it on a walking tour through the city. But we do have a brochure that does take people through the city and talk about the artwork. So they can do a docent tour
so
through
if you
the
are
brochure.
all busy, I understand not doing that, but I think from time to time you might really get a whole different level of buy-in from people if some of you go around and explain what those are. I've always liked the installation that Greg just referenced because it's so whimsical. And I don't know whether it's going to end up staying there or not. I guess eventually it'll just kind of disintegrate, right? Right.
I just wanted to add one comment on that because we've talked about doing exactly that with the opening of Mitchell Park, because there are 7 public art pieces in and around the new community center as well as the park, and it would be a really easy walking tour. And actually, Elise has led some folks who came to the city to see what was going on just such a tour. And so we've talked about making that into a printed piece that someone could pull at the library and do either a self-guided tour or having docents do it. So I agree. I think that any way that you can make those kind of tours accessible to people. The other thing that I think is great that cities are doing that is sort of a next step after the database is making it so that when you're out and looking at the art, that it's compatible with smartphones to be able to, have a QR code so that you could read more about the art right there while you're there. You could do, Portland and other places have tours that you can then activate from your phone. So that's kind of something we like the idea of, and it's, our hands we've been busy, but it's sort of out there for the future.
And because I'm not hearing it clearly, on your website, does it indicate how we came by the pieces that are highlighted? So it gives some of the background?
The acquisition source, yeah.
Because I can remember back to the controversy around something that was sent to us by Enschede, if some of you remember that was very controversial. And so I know that when you're looking at something, you're also going to think, how will this fit in the community, and are we going to get pushback, and are some people really going to say, oh, I can't believe you put that up? And so when you take this on, you're willing to take on some of the angst that can go with choosing art at the same time. Greg referenced the fountain that said California Avenue. One you didn't mention tonight, though, is in the plaza that's just down the street is I think it's called the Washerwoman. I don't know what the real name of it is.
California.
Pardon?
In Rachi, that's a private.
It's in Cafe.
Yeah.
Right.
That's private art.
That's right. Thank you. But it's also a fun one, and one that I know people ask about a lot. So again, I would join all my colleagues in saying thank you for doing this. For I know occasionally getting that pushback from the community that says, and well, it says not everyone was quite the same about Aurora. No. A couple of people said, whoa, what's that? So I think people have become accustomed to it, but I think initially it was a surprise and kind of a wow. And I think that's good to do to the public once in a while. Once in a while we need to do something that is kind of off the grid so that people begin to look at these whole public art installations differently than you might otherwise. And once you know a whole lot about them, I think you have a very different take, a very different feel. So thank you all.
Well, I want to. I'm sorry, we don't have. If you want to speak from the public, you have to fill out a card, and we're past that point of doing public communication. But I'd like to just thank you, like my colleagues. This is something that when I did get to sit on your commission for a year as well, and one of them was during the times when you took up the Newell Street Bridge, and I just have to say it's so fun listening to your angle on that, because I think I had that presentation about 3 times. And each commission and each time it gets taken up, it's got this angle to it. And your angle was, well, there's going to be this curve in the bridge about here, and then there might be a little lookout here, and we're thinking of an installation there, but we want to make sure the eyesight is here. And it's like, I would never have thought about the bridge like that. And so you help us look much more substantively and thoughtfully and creatively about, I think we've got it in our goals this year, the built community, which is kind of a hard word for me because I think that's more of a technical word than I like to use. But I think that you are actually making that built community become tangible and to allow us to be part of it. Last Saturday evening, my husband and I rode bikes downtown to go to the movie, and just looking at the way Palo Alto takes shape in the evening when the lights are on, and some of the art installations, some of just the way Palo Alto has grown up, and some of the design features of the buildings, it's really, you get those moments of really being in wonderment that this is such a small town and yet with such elegance, and you're bringing that elegance and you're helping us to look at it differently. And that's something that I think Palo Alto likes to do, even though they have a tough time with it, because I would argue that I'm not sure I've gotten all of those comments about Aurora. And they want to know how long is it up. Yeah, right. they want to know how long, and I'm going, well, this is art. This is the way art is. I also think it's quite fascinating. You are a commission that doesn't have to live in Palo Alto, and there are no appeals to city council. So one time I did get asked, so what do you think about this? And I'm going, it's up to you. This is your decision to make. And that brings with it a deep sense of responsibility and the commitment to democracy. In some way, you're going to be transparent, you're going to be authentic, and you're going to explain, like you have with our video collection, where it came from, why we have it, what's it about. And that really is important to have that story, because we do have to maintain that contact with all of the different elements that come to us. And then finally, thank you for capturing the Our Palo Alto theme. Thank you for trying to weave it into what you want to do. I think living is an art, and I think that we forget that art and that craft. And so you bring through that element of soul that we do need to remember to bring with us each and every era of mankind's life. And whether we have a recession or whether we have prosperity, and we seem to have prosperity right now, but we also go through tight times, and yet these are the times that you can take that reflection and that craft and give it back to us and let us help you with it in new ways. So I was happy to learn about the hands, that those are the people that work with their hands. I think that's really a great story, and I think that that's and I did not know that story. And I want to thank the two of you. I know it's brave to go off commission, it's brave to stay on. So you must feel very confident that things are in good hands. And the freedom to go off. I think that sometimes there's a lot of work and a lot of commitment. And I also want to thank Elise, because she and I have been going back and forth with TED Talks on, is it Candy Chang, is that her name, who does the wonderful, I hope you saw my TED Talk as well on, and just being inspired to bring that humanity and that walkability and that livability and keep that in Palo Alto. This is part of it. So with that, we are, I think, 10 minutes early. So we will retire and go out to. That's slow? Okay. Dang it, because I thought I could go on for another 10 minutes. Oh, Kathleen, I'm sorry. Did you want to wrap up anything?
No, I think the only thing I wanted to do was echo on what you said about Elise and Nadia in particular. They have a monthly update that we get, and I don't know how it kind of circulates throughout the city, but it's incredibly helpful because we are just the commission part, as you know. I mean, there's the staff side as well, and they are working very hard, and there are lots of things. And what's particularly helpful to us as we're trying to think of innovative projects going forward in light of planning, an added piece that has just come onto this is the cost of the project, which is incredibly helpful because you'll see the range. So we do have a little puny, and we have some really big, and we aspire to even bigger. And I think, and there's a balance, as I said earlier, so it's really helpful to see all the work that they're working on day to day, in addition to supporting us on the commission. So I just want to echo that thanks to Nadia and Elise and Rai and the whole group. So, and thanks, commissioners. Oh, you're going to please stay for the retreat. Yeah, okay. That's all. Thank you.
City Council is going to go over into full chambers for the rest of the meeting. the City Council is reconvening. We were over in study session with our Public Art Commission. So we will now convene our regular meeting, which is beginning with special orders of the day. And I'm going to wait just another moment for colleagues to get settled. All right, and our first item on special order for the days is a special order of the day is a proclamation for National Crime Victims Week. And I've asked Councilmember Price to read this.
City of Palo Alto Proclamation, National Crime Victims Week, April 6th to 12th, 2004. Whereas Americans are victims of more than 22 million crimes each year, and these crimes also affect family members, friends, neighbors, and co-workers, and whereas crime can leave a lasting physical, emotional, or financial impact on people of all ages and abilities, and of all economic, racial, and social backgrounds. And whereas, in addition to these challenges, crime victims face criminal, military, and juvenile justice systems that, at times, ignore their rights and treat them with disrespect. Whereas in 1984, the Crime Victims Fund was established by the Victims of Crime Act, VOCA, to provide a permanent source of support for crime victim services and compensation through fines and penalties paid by convicted federal offenders. And whereas the Crime Victims Fund provides victim assistance to more than 3.5 million crime victims annually and also provides compensation funds to thousands of crime victims each year for reimbursement of expenses related to their victimization. And whereas National Crime Victims Week, Rights Week, April 6 to 12, 2014, provides an opportunity to celebrate the energy, creativity, and commitment that launched the victims' rights movement, inspired its progress, and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. And whereas Victim Witness Assistance Program, a program of FACES, is joining forces with victim service providers, criminal justice agencies, and concerned citizens throughout Santa Clara County and America to raise awareness of victims' rights and observe National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Now, therefore, I, Nancy Shepard, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 6 to 12, 2014 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week and express our appreciation for those victims and crime survivors who have turned personal tragedy into a motivating force to improve our response to victims of crime and build a more just community. Presented April 7th, 2014.
Okay, thank you. And we have a speaker on this? Okay, I'm going to also come down and give you your certificate.
Thank you, Mayor Shepard and the Palo Alto City Council. Crime and victimizations are not easy topics to discuss. I commend Palo Alto and its City Council for taking the time to recognize the crime victims' rights. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak with you about the importance of victim services in our community. I respectfully accept this proclamation in honor of National Crime Victims' Rights Week and the Victim Witness Assistance Program. Is thankful for ongoing support of victim services.
Thank you very much. This is our plaque for City Council. Do you want to get a picture or anything? Or do we want a picture?
Thank you very much for coming. The mayor is reapproaching and will take over the meeting again.
Yes, I wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing on this. This is really some of the hard work that happens behind the scenes. Moving on to our next item under special orders of the day, we're going to select applicants to interview on April 16th for the Public Art Commission, Library Advisory Commission, and the Human Relations Commission. And so I'm looking for a motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Price, seconded by Councilmember Berman. Councilmember Klein, do you have your light on? No? Okay. I'm going to move this to a vote. All those in favor, please vote on the board. And that motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Burt absent. Okay, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. So I want it to be noted that we will be removing item... Is this for commissions?
Yes, question on the vote we just took. I note that at places there is a memo saying thank you for accepting my resume, and I believe the name is not on the list. Is this included or not in the motion?
The intent was for it to please be included.
Do you need us to make that? Okay,
No.
so it isn't.
I will note, and I will schedule an interview with this person.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for clarifying. Now, moving on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Please let it be noted that item number 20 is going to be removed from council action tonight and taken up at a time uncertain.
Future meeting.
Future meeting. It's one of our TEFRAs. And the other item on consent, we are pulling item number 10 and making that item number 18A. We will take that up under the first item of action, and that is adoption of the budget amendment ordinance in the amount of, for the storm drains in Southgate.
So did someone make a motion to pull that, or you're just taking it off consent?
The city manager and I are pulling it over to action.
That's not in our procedures to do it that way. Normally
All right.
3 council members have to pull it. I mean, I don't mind.
I'm checking with our city attorney.
Can you help me with? Typically, I thought the city manager could adjust the schedule, or it takes 3 members of the council.
Yes, that's correct. So the 3 members of the council or the city manager can.
So the city
move the
manager
item
is
to action.
changing this. Okay. Is that all right with you?
That's fine.
Okay. It wasn't exactly me, but we did take this up.
Mayor
Okay.
Shepherd, excuse me. Usually when we continue the public hearing on number 20, we have a motion to continue it to a date uncertain. And I didn't hear a motion.
Oh, so I have to have a motion to continue item number 20 to a date uncertain. All right, that's been moved and seconded by Berman and Holman, and let's vote on the board. That motion carries with Councilmember Burt absent. Okay, moving on to city manager comments.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. News from the waterfront, challenges, races, and grants. Later this month, we will get a decision from the SFPUC about our water reduction requirements going forward, although they will retain the right to change those requirements later in the year if needed. Meanwhile, we have launched several new water conservation initiatives. One is a repeat of the Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation, where Mayor Shepherd has joined mayors nationwide in challenging our citizens to make pledges this month to take water-saving action. The city with the most pledges wins, and its residents are then eligible for prizes. Last year, Palo Alto was in the top 20 in the country. The second initiative, again, is this year's Great Race for Saving Water, being held Saturday, April 19th at the Baylands. This year's 5K run walk race is shaping up to be even bigger and better than last year's very successful event, with more agencies participating, live music, food, plenty of water saving inspiration. I look forward to running that with 2 lungs this year. Third, finally, Palo Alto has been awarded a $100,000 grant by the Santa Clara Valley Water District to develop 2 new programs. One is the expansion of our home water reports concept into the commercial sector. We will be one of the first utilities in the country to deliver this type of business water use analysis reporting. The second new program funded by the grant will be the expansion of our pilot business water use monitoring program, which takes advantage of advanced cellular water metering technology so that customers can monitor water use fluctuations as they happen and then act immediately to fix problems, improve efficiency, etc. Palo Alto Arts Center presents our free Spring Family Day this Sunday, April 13th from 2 to 5 p.m. Enjoy drawing activities inspired by the current exhibition Pencils Down, as well as music and storytelling for the whole family. No need to feel anxious when you hear Pencils Down this weekend. Very neat new pilot program, Textazine, is a text-based communication tool for construction projects. So our Development Services Department, in an effort to improve public information and communication about construction projects, has partnered with a civic startup called Textazine in piloting a new text-based communication tool. You will soon notice banners at 2 projects, one at 135 Hamilton and the second at 611 Cowper, that provide a phone number for passersby to text, and you can get automated construction updates on each project. This innovative new tool will provide updates to interested parties when they need to, while reducing phone traffic into the planning department and the development service departments. Thanks to Peter Pernjad and our staff over at Development Services for that. Are you interested in learning more about being prepared for crime and other emergencies or helping your community? City's Office of Emergency Services has posted new public education and training opportunities to our website. That's thecityofpaloalto.org/emergency volunteers. For example, there's a special session for youth ages 6 to 10 and their parents or guardians called Emergency Preparedness for Kids this Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon. So see the web link calendar to sign up. And 2 reports from our Fire and Emergency Services Department. On March 24th and 25th, Fire Chief Eric Nickel represented our city in a national project development conference in support of safer communities and emergency responders. Co-sponsored by the National Institute of Standards and Technology and the National Fire Protection Association, the project seeks to connect big data and predictive analytics to produce smart emergency responders. Chief Nickel was a panelist on predictive analytics in emergency services. The smart paramedic and firefighter of tomorrow is envisioned as being able to fully use data to perform tasks in a more effective and efficient manner. Behind the technology advances are important questions of how to best use this information. And this project development is focused on how to move the state of this practice forward, reducing community risk and creating emergency response efficiencies. And then lastly, given the drought conditions and lack of sustained wetting rain for 2 winters, despite our recent rains, it should not come as a surprise. There is an above normal potential for wildfires early in the season. And while the hills look green at the moment, the larger brush and trees have a lower fuel moisture due to the drought. So Palo Alto fire crews are currently training for what is likely to be an early start to the fire season. In addition, the county fire chiefs and overhead support team are in planning stages for the annual countywide wildland drill that will take place in June. Our Public Works Department, Community Services, the Office of Emergency Services and Fire, in partnership with the community, are actively implementing the Foothills Fire Management Plan and anticipate continued vegetation clearance and a second fuel reduction burn in Arastradero Park later this spring. We will continue to monitor our local situation and have already developed contingency plans to open the Foothills Fire Station early if needed. The station typically opens on July 1st. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is oral communications. We have a number of speakers here. This is when you can speak on any item which is not already on our agenda. If it's on our agenda, we're going to ask you to do your comments at the agenda item time when we take it up. Our first speaker will be Noah Galper. You will have 3 minutes. Here's.
Can I move this? Hi, my name is Noah Galper, and I'm a freshman at Palo High School. I'm here in the hope that you will consider the addition of ping pong tables in Rinconada Park. I saw online that the city, over a long period of time, is renovating Rinconada Park to improve areas of the park that are underserving. In 2018, there are plans for the large grassy area in the middle of the park to become a large turf area. I think it would be a great idea for this phase of the plan to be slightly altered to allow for the establishment of 3 concrete ping pong tables along with the turf. I love ping pong. I play with my dad, brothers, friends, and neighbors. Ping pong is a universal activity. Kids, teens, adults, and the elderly can all play. We even have a ping pong Olympian in Palo Alto. Aside from skate parks, there are no safe and active outdoor activities directed towards teens and no communal ping pong tables. The closest community ping pong table is located at the Mitchell Park Teen Center in South Palo Alto and is only accessible during the hours the center is open. Concrete ping pong tables are prominent in both major parks like San Francisco and New York and smaller cities like Ashland and Monroe. I saw them for the first time in New York, and afterwards I found online that it was common for city to have outdoor ping pong tables. The cost of a table ranges from $9,000 to $12,000, and I'm not sure what a concrete pad would cost, but I assume it's around $5,000. The total cost for 3 tables would be around $50,000. I hope that the City Council will seriously consider this proposal. I'm more than willing to further investigate, gather petitions, or raise money to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, we're not allowed to have a discussion about any of the items that come up under oral communication because it's not been agendized and posted for the whole entire public to know. So thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker will be Wynn Gertrude, to be followed by David McKenzie.
Hi, my name is Wynn Gersich, and I'm here to invite some of the people that are concerned about the chemtrails. On August 16th, this is on a Wednesday from 11:30 to 4 p.m. We would like the public to come and demand that the EPA do its job. Since 2002, they stopped testing airborne aluminum, and one of the major elements of chemtrails is aluminum oxide, strontium, barium, and manganese, and there's 100 plus chemicals in the geoengineering patents. And what we would like is that the EPA have them listed and put on public record, because they found very high levels in the snowpacks and the groundwater everywhere. And also, too, that these chemicals are destroying our forest, our plants and everything. And you can check this out. Do check out on YouTube, there's geoengineering, and her name is Kristen Megan. And I hope that you listen to her, because she was the one who was the environmentalist who tested the military bases. And secondly, there's a new one that's on YouTube, and it's really important. It's March 2014, breaking news, chemtrails, HARP, military, altered weather, mind control, health risk. And that video on YouTube, at the end of this documentary, they tell you it's an hour and 5 minutes. So when you get up to like 56 minutes, they tell you that they actually are using electromagnetic radiation absorbent crystals of lithium niobate and lithium tantalate. And this is a patent abstraction from Japan radiation absorbent crystals. And you can see this, it's posted on that site. And one other thing I want to tell you is that they've reduced the fluoride levels in our drinking water, because I asked for the purchase order form from Alameda County that purchases the fluoridation chemicals which you can ask for that too. Just say it's on public record and they have to give it to you. Alameda County Water District in Fremont and Grimmer, call them up and ask for it. And you'll know that they did reduce it, which I'm shocked. I hope that they stop it at one point. But one of the other things too is if you look up on YouTube, this is the Depopulation Plans in America, Agenda 21, FEMA Camps 2013. And Rosa Corey is talking about Agenda 21, and she's gone globally. She wrote a book called Behind the Green Mask, and this is all about depopulation. And fluoridation is one of the big instruments in this. So what's happening right now, if you look up Fluoride Action Network, they said Albuquerque has decided to put the fluoride back in their water. Well, 2 years ago, I met an activist, and I gave her all my papers and the material safety data sheet, and I met her when I was going to the foot doctor for my foot surgery in San Francisco on BART. She told me she was an activist and that she could get stuff done. 3 months later, Albuquerque got their fluoride stopped. So I went down there to see what the heck she did. So I went to their city councils, and I talked to everybody, and they did stop it, but now they want to put it back because they don't get grant money for redevelopment without that fluoride in the water.
Thank you. David McKenzie, to be followed by Marcus.
Good evening. David McKenzie, the CEO of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here tonight to thank the City of Palo Alto for its continuing support of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce and present the city with its membership certificate for the year 2013, 14, and 15. 3 years in a row. Fantastic. I would particularly like to thank and acknowledge the city for its support of our Leadership Palo Alto program. I know that many current and past council members are alumni of the Leadership program, and after a 10-year absence of the program, we started it again in 2012 with the city's assistance. We graduated 11 fellows from the class of 2012, graduated 22 fellows last year, and have 2013 fellows numbering 23 enrolled in the class currently. We look forward to helping mold Palo Alto's future leaders as the program has done in the past. I would also like to once again reiterate, as we have before, that the Chamber and the Palo Alto Weekly will be sponsoring our 35th annual Tall Tree Awards this Wednesday evening, and would like to once again publicly acknowledge this year's recipients. Outstanding professional is our own police chief, Dennis Burns, who happens to be in the room. Outstanding citizen is Kathy Kroyman. Outstanding business is the Sheraton Westin Hotels of Palo Alto. And outstanding nonprofit is the Palo Alto Community Child Care. Thank you to everybody that's been involved, and I know I'm going to see a lot of you there Wednesday night. We look forward to a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus, to be followed by William Ross.
Mayor Shepard, thank you for joining me in discussion. Good evening, everyone. I would like to understand further the definition of a cigarette as defined by a hearing, walking people. Thank you.
Thank you. William Ross, and he will be our final speaker.
Good evening. I'm a resident. I reside at 2103 Amherst Street. I would like to raise with you, after review of the materials furnished by Mr. Fred Ballin, the adequacy of availability of materials with respect to the Mayfield housing hearing on March 20th before the ARB. I think Mr. Ballin has documented a violation of the Brown Act 54957.5A. My suggestion is that staff be directed to just hold the hearing over again. It's my understanding that there's notice now being circulated for additional comments to be made on conditions that were not brought before the public at the time of that hearing. Again, I think Fred's analysis of that is succinct and to the point. My point would be, regardless of what side you're on, procedural due process requires a hearing. How many times have I heard that for architectural review, such as took place on the 20th, it's an administrative mandamus hearing? There hasn't been a hearing where the public had the same documents that that decision-making body had. Likewise, I'm within 600 feet. I think either there has to be full compliance with Government Code Section 65009B, which means you've got to be warned about raising things before the administrative agency in writing, or there has to be complete notice. And quite frankly, I don't see why there isn't complete notice. Apparently, there is now an extended time period for a decision by the planning director, but I would respectfully point out that that's not a public hearing. So in the interest of getting full and complete comments on conditions that were not timely available to the public as they were to the ARB, I would respectfully request that there be another hearing before the ARB and that adequate notice be given, especially to those people within 600 feet. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a clarifying
Thank you.
question.
You have a question?
I have a clarifying question of the speaker.
All right.
Mr. Ross, you said, and I didn't quite catch this, that there are comments being provided to or about conditions that weren't available. I didn't quite catch that.
It's detailed in a series of exchanges that were presented to you by Mr. Ballin, I believe on the Monday after that. But specifically, the issue is that proposed conditions that were to be heard by the ARB at the time of the hearing, 8:30 on, I believe it was the 20th of March, if I recall correctly, were referenced as being attached and available. And in fact, they weren't available on the website. I think Mr. Ballin detailed that in a series of exchanges between himself and the planning director. And I would point out, it doesn't make any difference what the excuse is. You know, there's a violation of the Brown Act. But here, there actually is prejudice because that information wasn't made available, and still the notice is inadequate.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to the next agenda item, which is approval of the minutes for February 10th and March 3rd. I need a motion.
So moved.
All right. Moved by Councilmember Schmid, seconded by Vice Mayor Niss. Please vote on the board. That motion carries unanimously with Councilmember Burt absent. All right, I'm going to enter into the script for our consent and action items a little earlier because we have already pulled item number 10, which has become item number 18A, which is the Southgate Neighborhood Storm Drain Improvement and Green Streets Action. This is a motion that recommending that staff suggest that the staff report should be in order. I will not be able to participate, so I'm going to be asking the Vice Mayor to lead that item under action. Item number 19 tonight, the TEFRA hearing on the Stevenson House, is a public hearing, has been scheduled on this project regarding conduit financing for this project. The city is required under law to conduct this hearing on behalf of the financing authority in order to allow for public input on the project. Although the city is limited in its role, the city funding is not involved. These items typically go very quickly. Yes.
Do we pass the consent calendar?
We are after I read the script.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. I'm doing it a little bit differently this time because you'll see. Item number 20 has been postponed. We've already voted to do that. So item number 21 will be returning from Policy and Services, the staff request for the direction on the main library. We do not have a recommendation coming out from the Policy and Services Committee, but I do intend to allow our chair at the time to kick this off. And then we have two items that we will be taking up, two different naming items. One is a recommendation from the Library Commission and one from colleagues' memo. The next item that we will be doing is the Finance Committee. It's item number 22, which is the Finance Committee recommendation to adopt the fiscal year 2015 and through 2024 long-range financial forecasts. We have set up 1 hour maximum for this item, which serves as a planning tool for the city if we stay on schedule. We will complete the action item by 9:30. We have two closed session items after the close of the meeting. One with the conference with the city attorney on existing litigation related to our creek permits, and the other one with regarding the post office. Then finally, after we pass the consent calendar, we do have our item number 18, I would like to pause for a moment and have an introduction to the city auditor. So I'd like to take an action, a motion to accept the consent calendar.
Second.
All right, that's been moved by Councilmember Price and seconded by Councilmember Berman. Can we go ahead and vote on the consent item? Councilmember Niss, Vice Mayor? Yes. Okay. All right, that passes unanimously with Councilmember Burt absent. I did not have any cards on that, and I'm looking to the city clerk just to double check, but we are moving on. Now I would like to go ahead and let the city manager introduce our new city auditor.
Well, Madam Mayor,
if you don't mind, or would you like me to do this since
well,
she is a CAO?
Yeah, I think that you should introduce our auditor as the mayor.
We didn't go through the script on this. Sorry, Harriet. Right. Harriet, would you mind just stepping forward so we can all be introduced to you? Actually, our CAO chair, would you like to say a few words during, you were the one who was very active on this, and to welcome Harriet to the city of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Well, thanks for passing the buck. Welcome, Harriet. We're thrilled to have you. You're very well qualified, and it's really been a pleasure getting to know you a little bit as we went through the interview process. And I'm sure you'll do a fantastic job, and welcome to Palo Alto.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Harriet comes to us from the city of Berkeley. So we have something in common from different eras, but this is not the first time we've taken somebody from Berkeley. And
may I just say something, Harriet? Just don't think that Berkeley's really prepared you for Palo Alto.
And she has a large breadth of background in city auditing. Our own city staff is very familiar with Harriet, and so she's going to be a welcome member to our auditing staff and to lead us in our next era. So, Harriet, do you want to have a few comments for us this evening?
Sure. First of all, I want to thank all of you for selecting me for the position. And as far as the office is concerned, they are well known around the country as a small but mighty force of auditors. And I hope to build on that and have them do audits that help all of you with your policy decisions, help the city manager make the government as effective and efficient as possible. And I'm very excited about this opportunity and very happy to have been the one selected for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman, do you have your light on? Okay.
Two things. I want to welcome you to Palo Alto and joining the staff. Congratulations, and looking forward to working with you. And I think it's also an appropriate time to, I'm sure you don't mind sharing just a couple of moments here, as I think it's very appropriate to thank Human for his term as 7 months interim auditor and winning an award even most recently. So I know the two of you will be working closely together, and I think congratulations to both of you and much appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for the award, Human. The next item will be, our first action item is item number 18A. And since I live in Southgate, I'm not able to participate, so I'm going to be turning this over to the Vice Mayor.
Thanks. At the request of the city manager, this item has been pulled off for this evening. I think others may have been equally interested in pulling it off. Summary title on this is approval of a contract, BAO, for the Southgate storm drain improvements and adoption of this budget amendment ordinance in the amount of $880,000 plus. And it indicates there whom the contract is with and so forth. This is a city manager report, so Mr. City Manager, would you care to comment?
Well, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just, talking with some council, you think that the important bond measure or the measure approved by our voters, long overdue, is we're kind of moving into some of the final stretches on this, and I think it is worthwhile just at least the council to take a short break to recognize the great work in this. And I did, with the council's permission, want to issue kind of a shout out to some of the key staff who've been working on the storm drain capital improvement program, in particular Joe Teresi, who's the senior engineer on this project, Rajiv Hada, who's the project engineer, and Sherry Carlett, who is an engineer, all working with Mike Sarter, Brad Eggleston, Phil Boble, their team at Public Works, and I turn it back over to the council.
Good. Thank you very much. I only see one light so far. Councilmember Klein.
Well, I'm glad the city manager took this off consent and put this on action, so it gave us an opportunity to say a few words. This is of particular interest to me since I was chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee on storm drains back in 2003, 4, or 5, and also chaired the campaign where we passed the measure which increased the storm drain fee for a period of time to pay for 7 particular projects. And of those 7 projects, the Southgate project before us tonight is the last. And at times when there was inflation between 2005 and 2008, it looked like we weren't going to have enough money to do all 7 projects. And then the world turned and prices for construction went down, and we are now going to be able to do all of the 7 projects that we promised the public. And we're doing them in the time schedule I think that we had outlined. Joe can correct me on that. So this is not one of those times when city government has actually done everything it was supposed to, and within the budget that was set for it. And I think that deserves special attention. And Joe Teresi in particular stands out to me because Joe has been there right from the start. And Joe, why don't you stand up so everybody can appreciate it? Joe's been our lead engineer on this for, 10 years or so now. And I'm sure it's got to be thrilling to him to be able to see this through to completion as well. So for those reasons, I'm glad to see that we have the opportunity, and I feel honored to be able to say I move that we adopt this item.
Second. So with that, I don't see anyone else who wishes to speak, but I would say a thank you as well. And I'm certain that the mayor would like to do that, and she'd be delighted to be here voting for it, but has been excluded. So thanks so much. And with that, a motion, please.
Motion made.
Was there a second? Thanks.
Seconded by Gail.
In that case, vote on the board.
I slipped up on that.
Okay, I'm going to go get Nancy.
Did you announce that it passed?
Pardon?
Did you announce that it passed? That's fine. Whatever.
That did pass on an 8.
7.
7. Thank you. Pat hasn't come yet. Yes, so 7, yes, it passed on 7 ayes. 1 is excused, and Councilmember Burt is absent. So with that, I'm going to go get the mayor and bring her back into the room. Thanks. They voted for it. Oh, thank goodness. Yay, it passed. Okay.
There was one house which we excluded.
Thank you. I think I know what house that is. Okay. The next item that we're going to take up will be the TUFRA hearing, and this is the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act for the Stevenson House project. This is a public hearing which is scheduled for this project regarding conduit financing. The city is required under law to conduct this hearing on behalf of the financing authority in order to allow for public input on the project, although the city is limited in its role and city funding is not involved. This is item number 19. Staff, do you have a presentation? I do have one item, one speaker on this item. City Manager Keene.
Joe Saccio is here from the Finance Department to give you the usual rundown on these.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd, Vice Mayor Nist, council members. I do think that you've been through these hearings before, and in the interests of brevity, again, this is the city gets approached by a local agency, a nonprofit, who wishes to issue tax-exempt bonds, and under TEFRA, as defined by the mayor, that entity is required to hold a public hearing and pass a resolution in a local jurisdiction in which it is there and in which it resides. And as the mayor said, the city of Palo Alto has absolutely no financial, moral, or legal obligation for these bonds. There is a member of the finance agency here if you have any questions, and I didn't see anyone yet from a bond counsel or anybody else, but they may be in the audience in case you have questions. So with that, as in past proceedings on TEFRA, I'd urge you to pass this resolution on their behalf.
Thank you, and I'll go out to the public. Our speaker is Phyllis Castle, and you will have 3 minutes.
Can you say into the record you're opening the public hearing?
Yes, I will. We are opening the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Phyllis Castle, and I'm president of the board at Stevenson House. I'm hoping you will pass this evening. If you have questions, I'm here to answer them, as is Lydia Tan, who is our project manager with Related, who knows many more details about TEFRA than I do. Thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. I am now closing the public hearing and taking this back to colleagues. We have 2 items to take up here. One, staff recommends that Council 1 conduct a public hearing under the requirements of the TEFRA 1983 and IRS Code of 1986, and also adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the benefit of the borrower. Councilmember Holman.
I'll just be straight and to the point here. I move adoption of the resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority, CMFA, for the benefit of the borrower in this case. Second. It's not Stevenson House, I forgot where the borrower is.
Yes, it's in
the borrower is Stevenson House. So, yes, so that'll be the motion.
Okay, so the motion is moved by Councilmember Holman, seconded by Vice Mayor Nist. Do you have anything more you'd like to speak?
Oh, sorry for the confusion about that. Just like there are these different entities and one being formed, so that's why I wasn't quite sure if the borrower actually was Stevenson House, but indeed it is. Just appreciation to the public service that Stevenson House provides to the community in terms of affordable housing that will be continuing with restored facilities as this funding will provide. And so thank you very much, and much appreciation. And the Stevenson House commitment to affordable housing goes on to something like 2092, or it's a very, very, very long time. So whatever the length of time is, it's a very long term, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Nist, do you have any comments on your second?
I don't. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Councilmember Schmid.
Let's see. I have just a couple technical questions. I don't think it's mentioned in here who you're purchasing this from. They've identified the acquirer, but not who they're acquiring it from. Is that?
Good evening, Councilmember Schmidt, members of the council. My name is Lydia Tan. I'm with the Related Companies of California. We are a development consultant to Pashby and the new Stevenson House entity. So right now the property is owned by Pashby, and by virtue of this crazy tax credit process, Pashby will be selling the building to the new Stevenson House partnership. Pashby will continue to own the land and ground lease it to the partnership.
Second question, I guess with that, the city of Palo Alto has an agreement with the original owner about senior low-income housing. And it says in the staff report that all or a portion of the rental units will be rented at low income fees. Does that imply that the accord we have with the original owner that all units would be low income is no longer in force?
There are a few residents who have been longtime residents whose income have actually gone up over time. So right now, given the HUD financing that's coming into place, right now there is no requirement that those residents be asked to leave. They certainly would be given the opportunity, but right now we're looking to not displace anybody who are already living there. But otherwise, as units turn, folks leave, then we would go back into compliance as far as income is concerned.
So there is no change in our compliance agreement, although there's a change in ownership
That's
taking
correct.
place.
Yeah,
And that holds until 2060.
that's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I'll call the question. Can we please vote? And the TEFRA passes unanimously with Councilmember Burt absent. All right, now we're going to take up item number 21, which is from Policy and Services, and this is regarding staff request for direction from Council on the naming of the main library and the colleagues' memo from Council Members Klein and Price regarding the renaming. So we have two items to take up under this. We've got a staff recommendation from our Library Commission, and we also have a colleagues' memo. To begin this off, I'm going to ask Policy and Services Chair from 2013, Vice Mayor Niss, to kick it off to tell us how this conversation took place in Policy and Services, which ended up with a split vote and no recommendation. Then I'm going to go out to the community because we have a number of public speakers on this item as well. And then we will be bringing it back for colleagues' actions and questions and comments. So, Vice Mayor Niss.
Thank you. Just to begin this, I thought I would set the stage somewhat because it is correct that in December last year when I was chairing this committee, we did, I guess the word is deadlock on a 2-2. But going back to what I think helps as far as a reference tonight, we have a policy statement that is in our Policy and Procedures Manual that was revised in 2008, which says the Library Commission shall review name suggestions for art facilities or for other public facilities. They also the Historical Association originates suggestions for names as well. It goes on to say, the Library Commission shall have a public hearing to confirm that the name meets the criteria selection in addition to info provided by the Historical Association, sometimes called PAHA, and all that be forwarded to us. And it indicates, among other things, the name should have or preserve the geographic, environmental, or historic landmark connotations of particular significance to the area in which the facility will be located or is located. It says names honoring individuals of recognized historic importance must be supported by compelling reasons. So, for example, because one of the names that has been mentioned is Rinconada, that was the land where the original Palo Alto town was developed, and it was part of the Rancho Rinconada land tract. So that's the background. This is in your policy, and it's 480, 482, 484. So it's listed out very precisely. So some of the highlights that have happened so far in this renaming, and I would also commend the mayor, who was determined to wait till all of us were going to be here tonight. I'm going to guess Councilmember Burt may still come. So the background on this, and this is in no specific order, but in late September, the Library Advisory Commission met. They voted unanimously to rename Main Library to Rinconada. The Historical Association has also discussed this and voted on it, and that's indicated in a letter from June 13th from Steve Sliker. In December, as we mentioned, the Policy Committee tied on this. In February of this year, the Library Commission again met and resubmitted the name Rinconada. That's in your minutes for tonight in your report. And it was a unanimous vote to use that name. You'll see that they all signed it. So as the mayor has said tonight, there's no vote from the committee. So there are a number of possibilities. certainly Maine is out there, and coming from the Library Commission and the Historical Association was to use the name Rinconada. Thank you, Mayor. That's my report out.
Okay, I'm going to go out to the public now before going to colleagues.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I think that the chair of the Policy and Procedures Committee went beyond her role, and I think that those of us who had a different view should also be allowed to speak at this particular time, since it was a 2-2 vote, and actually she's covered things that weren't covered at the Policy and Services Committee.
That was the chair.
All right. Would you like to do that before we go out to the public?
Yes, I would.
All right. Councilmember, I see Councilmember Price's light on as well. So would you like to go first? Okay. Councilmember Klein?
Our procedures on naming city facilities have been all over the place over time. Just to pick the latest example that I can recall of our renaming something, King Plaza, during the last 4 or 5 years. And obviously, Dr. King is not a geographical name. So I think that argument really falls by the wayside. But actually, it's interesting to note that that was not even an issue before the Policy and Services Committee. What is relevant, which the chair left out of her presentation, is what the council passed on September 9, 2013. That the council voted to refer this item, the renaming of what is now called Main Library, to refer this item to the Policy and Services Committee, and here we come to the key language, with directions that they work with the Palo Alto Historic Association to bring a recommendation to the City Council to rename the Main Library for a distinguished person in Palo Alto history, or to recommend the continued use of the name Main Library if an appropriate individual cannot be determined. That is the relevant policy of the City Council, passed just a little over 6 months ago. And that's the policy which the Policy and Services Committee could not make a determination on. And I think that's what we have up for consideration tonight. And I think at the appropriate time, as Councilmember Price and I have indicated, we will make a motion to find to what we think is an appropriate name in Palo Alto history.
Well, I'd like to not take action until after we've heard the public, because that usually is the trigger for the clerk to not take any more oral communication cards. And we have a number of people here to speak to that tonight. So I'm happy to take up these motions after we go out for oral communication. I also need to remind colleagues that in order to make a change tonight, there needs to be 5 votes. So if there are not 5 votes to do anything, then we will remain with the name of Maine. And so at this point, we have about a dozen cards, so I'm going to keep the time at 3 minutes, and we're going to start calling on the public to speak on this item of the naming of the Main Library. Our first speaker will be Robert Moss, to be followed by Jeremy Ehrman.
Thank you, Mayor Shepard and council members. Speaking as a member of the Library Commission, we did spend a lot of time discussing the name of Main Library Branch in the future. And we did consider naming it after a person. And we took into account the criteria for naming city facilities. Naming it where the individual has made lasting and significant contributions to the protection of natural or cultural resources of the city of Palo Alto, or has made substantial contributions to the betterment of a specific facility or park, or has made substantial contributions to the advancement or commensurate types of recreational opportunities. We discussed naming it after actually a number of people, and if we came up, for example, with a suggestion that it be named as the Larry Klein Library, somebody would scream and say, no, it should be the Gail Price Library. No, it should be the Karen Holman Library. So we took another look at it, and we took a look at the policy, which is extended for years, on naming library facilities, and with the exception of Children's in Maine, it's been the location. And so we looked at various locations in the vicinity of the main library, and we considered the neighborhood associations and the neighborhood names, and we couldn't find a justification for naming it for one neighborhood association versus another. We also talked extensively to the staff, to the Historic Association. We had public hearings on it. It was not done in a vacuum. And we came up with the conclusion that naming it Rinconada, which, as you've heard, is historically important because Palo Alto's original name was Rinconada de Arroyo, and also because it's associated with a number of Rinconada facilities in the adjacent neighborhood, which would make it consistent with calling it according to the location. So I would like to urge again that you accept the Library Commission's unanimous recommendation and rename it Rinconada, because it is no longer going to function as the main library. It won't be the biggest facility. Most of the administrative functions will be moved out. The new Mitchell Park is going to be doing things like RFID for automatically sorting literature and books. And so it isn't going to be functionally the main, it isn't going to be physically the main library anymore, but it will be the Rinconada location. So we thought that was appropriate, and we'd urge you to accept our recommendation.
Thank you. Jeremy Ehrman, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman.
Hello. I'm here to ask you not to rename Main Library. I feel it's part of a trend in Palo Alto to expand the library facilities while reducing the collections. The library bond measure said it would expand Main Library, not a non-existent Rinconada branch. Yet in preparation for this expansion, Main Library has discarded half its reference collection, its entire pamphlet file, and numerous irreplaceable music, language, and art books and CDs, and many other materials. The city seems intent on turning Main Library into just another branch. I urge you not to do that. Please remember that the current system was set up so that Main Library plus Children's Library in close proximity would equal one full-service library. Under the bond measure, Palo Alto will not have a single or even a pair of libraries that equals a full-service library. Also, the statistics that showed that the most resources should be given to Mitchell Park were made after Children's Library was closed for renovation. So there was some iffy statistics there. Children's Library has been open for several years now, so we'd like to see a truly expanded Main Library in both collections as well as space. The rationalization the city has made to change the name make no sense. We're told it shouldn't be called Main because the offices won't be there, but the offices have not been there. The offices have been at downtown. We're told that Mitchell Park will have the largest physical space, so therefore Main shouldn't be called Main, but it's not the size of the space that matters, it's the size of the collection. A Palo Alto weekly poll found respondents overwhelmingly favored keeping Main Library as Main Library. I urge you to keep Main Library as Main Library, restock its collection, and please don't let it become just another renovated branch with increased space and fewer materials. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Jean Libby.
Hi. Wow, following one's brother is a little bit scary, but I will do my best. And some of this may sound similar, but we do talk to each other sometimes. I also am here to urge the council not to rename Main Library. Indeed, the whole thing of, well, what should we call Main Library? Well, we have a great name for Main Library. It's the Main Library. In fact, it's the Historic Main Library. If you were going to rename it, I would suggest renaming it Historic Main Library, because that's what Palo Altans know it as. Just to review, most cities of this size have one library. And if they have maybe one small branch. Palo Alto is an oddity. We have 5 libraries at the moment. Now, but the fact is, Main was never a complete full-service library because of the fact that it was just down the street from Children's. The implication is that Main plus Children's is one Palo Alto Main library. And it's no coincidence that those are the 2 libraries not given a geographic location, right? We have our geographic little branches, then we have Main and Children's, which function as the center of the Palo Alto library system and the center of the collection. Those 2 libraries together, I do not think that the expanded Mitchell Park, which, by the way, there has been no call for renaming Mitchell Park Main Library. So the idea, I guess, is that we just have all these floating satellites, but no clear center. Those 2 libraries together are not somehow surpassed by Mitchell Park's new facilities. I do not believe. If you put those two together, that is your main library. And sorry, right now, the Library Commission and the Council seem to be headlong on a course of, well, we have to change it. And you hear people comments like, well, I guess if it has to be renamed, why does it have to be renamed? Right now, the Palo Alto libraries are just diminished every day. Every time I look in the catalog, every time I go to the library, every time I go to a library book sale, I see the books that I loved, that I grew up on, being discarded. I know because they're at the library book sales being discarded. The Friends of the Library love it when the collection is downsized because they sell off these priceless, these out of print and priceless books for $1. They love it when the library collection gets smaller. And the library advisory commission just seems to think that our libraries should have lots of open space for people to congregate. Well, I want a strong library collection. I want a strong library system. And you can't have 5 libraries unless you're willing to pay for that much. And the Palo Alto libraries, you do not fund the libraries adequately for that many libraries. You don't. I mean, you look at other library systems, they have 1 library, and we have 5. So main library or historic main library, and that solves your problem because you say, well, why is it main? Because historically, that's the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean Libby, to be followed by Sarah Harold Boyd.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight in support of renaming the Palo Alto Main Library with Rinconada Library as one of the branches of our excellent library system. I'm giving honor to 2 departed Palo Altans. One is Tom Wyman, a community leader and volunteer library advocate and commissioner who recently passed away. Another is Ralph Libby, who worked at the libraries in the city of Palo Alto for nearly 40 years in the period between 1963 to 2003 in several capacities. Most of his employment was at the main library, which is 6 blocks from the home that we purchased at the Rinconada, and you'll forgive a retired history instructor from a different definition than Palo Alto Historical Association has given you. A Rinconada in Spanish is a corners, the meeting of corners. And so the home that we purchased in 1968 was at the Rinconada of Melville, Fulton, Middlefield, and Parkinson Streets. Ralph retired from full-time service as a senior librarian in 1992. Ralph was my husband for 50 years. He passed away on Father's Day in 2012. He rode a bicycle from our home back and forth to the Rinconada of Newell Avenue, Parkinson Street, and Embarcadero Road 4 times daily, coming home for his meal breaks. This was great benefit to our children growing up because they had the active guidance and companionship of their father. And I believe that the absence of commute and bicycle riding to work added at least 10 years to his life. When we married in 1961, Ralph was a librarian at the Stanford University Libraries. He began supplementing his salary from Stanford with part-time employment at the City of Palo Alto Libraries. We called it moonlighting then. And in 1963, when I was expecting our second child, Claire. In 1964, we purchased our first Palo Alto home in College Terrace. We knew that we could not afford to buy this home unless there were 2 salaries, and Ralph was earning both of them. He was offered full-time employment with the city of Palo Alto in about 1966. He loved his work as a reference librarian in humanities and social science at Stanford. History professor Richard Lyman, who later became president of Stanford, suggested that the faculty circulate a petition among the university.
That's the 3 minutes, yeah.
That was not paying the professional libraries upon whom they depended for research to maintain families and live in the area. May I read
2 more paragraphs.
I'm afraid we're just going to have to ask you to summarize, if you can, in a sentence, and then Vice Mayor Niss has a question for you.
All right. I summarize by saying that Ralph was in charge of the Mitchell Park Library, and it was a very miserable time of our lives because he was not suited to administration. And together we decided that he would ask to step down and become a reference librarian at the main library.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Niss?
Hi, Jean. One question. Could you read your definition again, which is slightly different from, you're right, from PAHA, which is how Rinconada is intersections coming together. Is that what I understood?
Yes, and I'm not reading it. I just got it on Google. For what
Google's much more reliable than almost anything, right?
For what Rinconada means in Spanish, and it means corners.
Right. Thank
Street
you.
Meeting
corners.
places. Good.
Yeah.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
Thank you. Sarah Harold Boyd, to be followed by Mary Beth Train.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Boyd, a retired administrator from Menlo Atherton High School, and I'm here to talk about the naming of Mitchell Park. I hear you guys saying you're talking about the other one, but hear me out, please. A library is a reflection of and depository for the culture and history of its community, state, and nation. It becomes a valuable source for learning, study, and research. And to this extent, individuals who share these values give meaning to this treasure. They are promoters in their church and social institutions that encourage the importance of support, and that the library is one vehicle for taking a journey to places, people, and ideas. As was previously mentioned, individuals play a big role as librarians in Palo Alto. We are fortunate to have an individual who fits this description. One such person is Doris Richmond. Doris has such a passion for the library system for once she engages you. She's like that old Christian hymn. You can't get around her, you can't get over her, and you certainly can't go under her. She wants you to enjoy what she has committed her lifetime to learning. Her mission as an educator is to tell people that one's knowledge can be broadened through the library. Such advocacy needs to be recognized. Therefore, we strongly recommend naming the Middlefield Library the Doris Richmond Library. Thank you for your consideration in this very serious matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Beth Train, to be followed by Patricia Powell. And since we have a number of speakers, if you could move down when I call your name to be ready to speak.
Yes, I'm here to urge you to accept the recommendation of the Library Advisory Commission for the name of Rinconada Library. We gave you many reasons, and it is certainly naming these libraries is congruent with their places. Also, one of the you might say, persuading factors for us was the master plan for park and recreation, which includes a Rinconada area, kind of like a Rinconada cultural area, where the various parts of that park all are rebranded to be a cultural facility for the city, including wayfinding signs, special crosswalks for Newell and Hopkins, and there are right now 6 temporary maps that show the Rinconada Library. And I think any other name would be confusing, and I think that when you go to name a library after a person, you do open up a can of worms. We've had several suggestions, and I would urge you to accept the recommendation of your Library Advisory Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Powell, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Thank you very much. I am Patricia Powell. I am a retired teacher in the Palo Alto Unified School District. I am here representing many of the children that have come to the library and have been affected by librarians. I firmly believe that institutions should be named after people who are involved in those institutions, and their names should represent what goes on in the institutions. Children have enjoyed this person that I want to say to you should have the honor of being the name of this library. This person has a history with the library, has worked with the library, and therefore has also had the chance to influence many of our children in this community. I'm going along with Sarah Boyd and would like for you to please consider Doris Richmond as the name of a person for the library. And if you look up her history, she is not only a librarian, but she is a legacy in the Palo Alto community. So I thank you for your time, but I want you to know that having her and giving this name to the library will reflect what has been done by a powerful woman. Finally, and once again, I do think a name is a perfect thing for a library. We name other things after people. We have named schools after people. So I do feel that we can name a library in Palo Alto after a person. And if you look up the history of Doris Richmond, who was a librarian at the Newell Library, you will feel strongly that she is a person that should have this recognition. So please consider her. I know your decision is difficult, but do consider naming the Newell Library where she worked after a woman who dedicated her life to a library in Palo Alto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Herb Borak, to be followed by Mary Jo Levy.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I support retaining the current name of Main Library and rejecting the proposals you have received to rename it. The council's referral action in September 2013 did not change the city's policy for naming and renaming city land and facilities. That policy takes precedence until it's on the agenda at some point to change it. Existing place names are deemed to have historic recognition. That's what the policy says. Main is an existing name that has historic recognition. It is city policy that unless there are compelling reasons to do so, the name should not be changed. There is no compelling reason to change the name of Main. The library is currently going under construction for addition. Previously, the Main Library had another addition. Nobody thought to change the name of Main Library then. Previously, the former Mitchell Park Library, which has since been demolished, went through and had an addition. Nobody thought of changing the name of the Mitchell Park Library when it was added onto substantially. The city policy is that it is the city council that has the responsibility for naming and renaming land and facilities. Despite that fact, sometime after the December 10, 2013 committee meeting, somebody on staff thought it was appropriate to post signs renaming the Main Library as the Rinconado Library, and to rename the entire land around Rinconado Park, including all those facilities, city facilities that are not part of Rinconado Park, as the Rinconado Cultural Center, and renaming Lucy Stern as the Stern Building or the Stern Community Center. If City Council goes ahead and approves a change to Rinconado now, you might as well throw away your policy, because what it says, the message you will be giving to city staff is they can rename something, and then somebody can come in on the council and say you should have that name. That's not what our policy says. That's not your procedure. In terms of the location of the former Mitchell Park Library and Community Center, there is no name for those buildings now. The appropriate thing would be to make a referral to the appropriate bodies for a name or names for those two new facilities. It is the location of the library next to Mitchell Park, because I don't think it's on the park, and the location of the community center that need new names. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Jo Levy, to be followed by Susie Tom.
Good evening. I'm going to read from this, and hopefully it'll be 3 minutes. Good evening. I'm speaking tonight in support of changing the name of Main Library to Rinconada. I have followed the discussion and thought about the naming options over the last few months and set aside 2 previous dates to come and speak to you. My concerns about retaining the name Main, as well as the complications of the alternative of naming the building after a prominent person, are well covered in the LAC, the Palo Alto Historical Association, and staff reports that were appended to this agenda item. But let me add these thoughts. I cannot understand any rationale for retaining the Main name. In my decades working at Main and downtown libraries, I often wish that Main Library's name would be changed for efficiency and to reduce the confusion. On a daily basis, people read or hear Main and think that means, as in most cities, the library is in the downtown area. And this even occurs with longtime residents. Staff constantly redirects people. Even longtime members show up at Main and vice versa, even though informed that the resources are somewhere else. So yes, change the name to Rinconada. I have heard library directors around the state overseeing libraries named after people lamenting this, not unhappy with the person honored, of course, but wishing the facility had been given a place name. It's simpler, it sinks in, it helps people to associate the facility with its location. It has been suggested that several Palo Alto schools are named after people and residents find them. Yes, but families connect with one school, not all of them. Whereas users of all age travel all over town in our multi-branch library city to different libraries because the collections and the services are different depending on where the online catalog or the program leads them to. Thus, I support Rinconada. I like the idea of sharing the campus theme with multiple city facilities sharing the same name. To me, this fosters a sense of community in the neighborhood and reinforces the city brand. I also like that it was part of a land grant. This is pretty historic. If you'd like to honor people prominent in the city's history at the main location, that I suggest that you consider designating the new art-filled and landscaped areas between and around Main Library and the Art Center with the names of historic forefathers or foremothers. When I've asked people over time, over the last few months, if they prefer Main Library to be renamed for a person or Rinconada or retained, I have yet to find somebody, there's a few tonight, who likes the idea of naming the library for a person. Thank you.
Thank you. Susie Tom, to be followed by Elaine Lardau.
Good evening, Mayor Shepard, Vice Mayor Niss, and council members. It seems council is off on renaming Main Library on an agenda that few of us understand. There are 3 reasons you should adopt the name Rinconada. One,
sorry, Susie, can you pull the mic down? Thank you.
Is that better? 1, the council adopted renaming policy was followed, and the Library Advisory Commission submitted a well-thought-out recommendation. It's relevant to the facility and corresponds to other libraries and the tradition in our city for naming libraries after the neighborhoods in which they're located. Number 2, the Palo Alto Historical Association endorsed the LAC's recommendation for its historical accuracy and appropriateness. Number 3, the name Rinconada complements the Parks and Services Rinconada long-range plan. Why put the name of Burge Clark, known for Spanish colonial architecture, on a modern architecture design building that he didn't design? I wonder what these two architects would say if they were here with us tonight. Why not wait and rename the downtown post office after Clark in some form? I urge you to respect the work of the LAC, the Historical Association, the Parks and Rec Services, and the numerous people who voiced their opinion online in the Palo Alto Weekly editorial and adopt the name Rinconada. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Landar, to be followed by Martin Bernstein.
Thank you. I am, by way of background, a member of the Library Advisory Commission. However, I'm going to express my own personal views right now. I, like many people in Palo Alto, like the name Maine. That said, for me, it's easy, it's simple, I'm used to it, I'm very comfortable with it. That said, when we in the library went out and gathered data, we found very clearly that that name no longer fits. Although we may be comfortable with it, sometimes we are begged to move forward to address what is actually happening in our city and what opportunities we have in front of us. This new facility will be very different from what the public has seen before. This facility and the Mitchell Park Library, as we have had a glimmer of in the downtown library, will be completely new and different. It will be bright, light, have a new collection, new furniture, new technology. There'll be new rooms which can be used for a variety of purposes. There'll be new programs. There'll be a completely new way of delivering service to the public and interfacing with them. This is actually going to be a fabulous resource to this city, something that we have not had before, and I cannot wait for the doors to open so that a lot of the public misconception we have about what has happened to their beloved libraries can be taken away. I think the public will love what staff has been doing. But this wouldn't have happened without the work of many people. It would not have happened without the vision of those who drafted the Laxmar, without the bravery of the council members who placed Measure N on the ballot, without the voters who approved it, without the skill of the Palo Alto Library Foundation in getting funding for this project, the furniture, without the generosity of donors, without the time given by the many volunteers who have worked on this project, and without the energy and enthusiasm of staff that is making this possible. I urge you not to look at this as a chance to honor one individual, but an opportunity to gratefully thank all of those who have made it possible. Thank you.
Martin Bernstein, to be followed by Loretta Green.
Thank you, Mary Shepard and Council. I'm Martin Bernstein, speaking as an individual and not as a member of any Palo Alto board or commission. I cannot imagine that Burge Clark would want a building designed by another famous architect to have his name on it. On February 23rd, I introduced Burge Clark's three children to the presentation that we gave at the Los Altos Hills Historical Society, which I'm president. And they gave oral traditions and oral family histories of everything they did. As far as the review process for naming a building after the newspaper suggesting Burge Clark's name may be suggested, if there's been any discussion with his three adult children on how they would feel about that. Palo Alto Historical Association members are actually part of that. Were in that presentation also. They were present and they heard everything. PAHA and also Palo Alto Stanford Heritage, give walking tours of historic properties. Imagine if the council does a vote approving and renaming the library, the Burge Clark Library. Imagine docents explaining, this is the Burge Clark Library. Burge Clark is the most famous architect in Palo Alto. This library is designed by the world-famous architect Edward Dwell Stone. That would add complexity, I believe. But my most important comment tonight is if City of Palo Alto becomes the owner of the current post office building designed by Burge Clark, what an opportunity to name that building the very high honor of the Clark Postal Building, for example. That'd be, I think, the most important opportunity, and not to have names of buildings done by the inappropriate name. So I think that's the most important thing. Look for the opportunity for the future for where Burge Clark's name can be most appropriately honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Loretta Green, to be followed by Allison Cormack.
Good evening. I'm Loretta Green, a retired journalist, and I've lived in Palo Alto since 1971. In fact, the year that I met Doris Richmond, I'm here supporting naming a library in her honor. I think when you say Doris Richmond, you think library. For a while, I even lived on Newell Road, a block and a half from where Doris worked as library research assistant. Having moved to Palo Alto in 1949, she knew everyone, and I mean everyone. She was gregarious, active, belonged to numerous organizations, was a founder of the United University AME Zion Church, and often attended council meetings. She was honored by this council for 25 years of outstanding service upon her retirement in the early 90s. Honored not only for her accurate arrangement of the library's research materials, but also for, and I quote the proclamation, joyfully reshifting materials after basement flooding, leaking, making room for computer mainframes, and adjusting to all the changes that time brought about, even dealing with the Millard Fillmore trivia kids. As a journalist at the Palo Alto Times and later the Peninsula Times Tribune in the pre-internet days, I haunted the library. Each week, and often several times a week, I raced into the library with some urgent research request. Doris was knowledgeable, efficient, enthusiastic, and valued the importance of research. I had not realized at the time that she was Palo Alto's first black employee of the city's library system. She was hugely popular, deeply loved, and respected by her coworkers. With her husband Cole, she was in the forefront of the city's struggle for civil rights, was an active participant in the efforts of the local NAACP. In later years, Doris successfully championed the need for a park in her South Palo Alto neighborhood, organized a neighborhood association, and frequently appeared at City Hall to promote children's causes as well as recreational concerns. Doris Richmond's name deserves to be on our library, not just because of the great joy it would bring to her, but more importantly, because it would mean a great deal to the thousands of Palo Altans who have benefited from her broad knowledge, her enthusiasm, her encouragement, and her big heart.
Thank you. Allison Cormack, to be followed by our last speaker, which will be Leonardo Hochberg.
Good evening, Mayor Shepard and council members. I'm here tonight to ask you to accept the Library Advisory Commission recommendation for renaming Main Library to Rinconada. I have 3 reasons for doing so: parity, navigation, and what I'm sure will be your favorite, politics. Parity. I have always described Main and Mitchell Park as the twin pillars of our library system. It's eminently reasonable that they be named in a parallel manner, not one that calls attention to their differences. I see no compelling reason for Main to be renamed for a person, especially one who is not connected with the building or services provided. I think prior speakers have covered that quite clearly. Number 2, navigation. I've lived in Palo Alto for 17 years. I had to do the math on that. But I still recall moving here and not knowing how to find the libraries. Keep in mind, this was before Google. Renaming Main to Rinconada is just super logical. It connects it to the neighborhood playgrounds, tennis courts, and pools. All right, let's get to politics. I have 2 points. The library projects, with one really unfortunate exception, have enjoyed rare unanimity with the council because the council has accepted the thoughtful recommendations that come before them. There are 4 of you who were not on council at the time that we had this issue, may not recall the fallout, and may not appreciate how very carefully balanced these library projects are and have always been. There have been many times when the people in this room and people who are not here tonight have set aside their individual preferences. This is one of those times. Let me briefly touch on another political aspect of your decision. Recently, you received data that suggests that those of us who live in South Palo Alto see fewer services and opportunities than those who live here in the North, and there was some discussion about reality and perception. The reality is that 4 out of our 5 libraries are in North Palo Alto. Having the name Main attached to a North Palo Alto library surely would contribute to the perception that more services are available in the North than there are in the South. Since we almost have a wonderful, ample library in South Palo Alto, I believe you can and should take this opportunity to retire the name Main. We are now in the 9th, and what I personally devoutly hope is the final year of our journey toward better libraries in Palo Alto. Let's make it a positive one. Let's focus on actually reopening the twin pillars of our library system. Please accept the committee's recommendation, and then let's wrap these projects up. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Leonardo Hutchberg.
Hi, I'm here representing, hi. Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and Council. I'm here as the chair of the Library Advisory Commission. I'm happy this is finally coming to a vote on the full council. I'm also happy that you sent it back to the Library Advisory Commission for a second chance for us to look at this, because I feel like the second time we discussed this, I personally had a more emotional reaction, feeling that the name Rinconada was actually the right name and not just a good enough name. And a lot of those reasons have been touched on by a lot of the speakers here tonight, so I'm not going to go over all of those bullet points which were in our letter to you. But one of the things that no one has mentioned is the name Maine was not chosen deliberately, as far as we've heard. It just happened to be the name that was what people called it at the time, and then that's what we still call it now. This was an opportunity to actually make a deliberate decision about what to name this library, and it has geographic and historical appropriateness. And it is the appropriate time to think about renaming the library, because it's completely undergoing an overhaul that down to basically, the framing and the chimney, and everything is going to be new about this library, including the new spaces. And so it's a really good time to think about what to call that library and really have a chance to connect it with the rest of the park. And so I'll be brief and I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our communication with the public. We're going to bring this back to council. I would like to just go to the city attorney for a moment, because I know that there was a motion at a prior city council meeting to send this back with a recommendation that they did take up in policy and services. So, and yet we do have a recommendation coming forward from the LAC, again, the Library Commission. It's in our packet. We have two items, an attachment A, which is the colleagues memo from Niss and Klein, and then the Library Commission. And I'm assuming we can take all of this up tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd, council members. Yes, the council has full discretion on this item this evening. The prior recommendation from council to return the item to committee was, in fact, that procedure was followed. The item's now back before council. The way the item is noticed tonight and the history of this allows the council to act in the way that a majority of the council believes is wise and appropriate. It's a policy matter. The council can take up any of the names that have been discussed by members of the public, or in the report before you, you could also elect another name should you so choose this evening. You have full discretion.
Okay, thank you very much. I do notice in the colleagues memo that they would like to kick this off, and I wanted to turn back to these colleagues to see if that's in fact what your intention is tonight.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make the following motion: to move that the main library be renamed in honor of Palo Alto's most beloved architect, Burge Clark.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion, Councilmember Price?
Absolutely, thank you. Burge Clark was born in 1893 in April, 1 year before Palo Alto was incorporated as a city, and 2 years before the opening of Stanford. Here. Burge Clark was Palo Alto's preeminent architect in the past century and responsible for hundreds of buildings, civic, office, commercial, and residential. And these were located throughout Palo Alto and Stanford University. His impact as a regional architect is pervasive, and he was a major contributor to the definition of the Bay Area's primary building styles, including Spanish Eclectic, Early California, and California Colonial. He worked in many different styles of architecture. He had a major impact and a significant impact on the architectural character of Palo Alto, and his career spanned from 1922 to 1976. His primary contributions were between the 1920s and World War II, and he remained active until the 70s. His work lent continuity and identity to Palo Alto's transformation from a rural town into the birthplace of high-tech Silicon Valley. His architectural practice rarely strayed from the community which raised him, and the scope of his buildings range from spectacular mansions to modest bungalows, academic buildings at Stanford, commercial and civic buildings which foster commerce, comedy, and community. There are several highlights of his work. I'll just mention a few. The 500 block of Ramona, 400 block of Bryant along University Avenue, President Hotel, U.S. Post Office, 300 Homer Avenue. There are 8 different structures in the California Avenue District, 13 residential structures at Stanford, 300 block of Hamilton, and scores and scores and scores of other significant structures. It's important to also note that Burge Clark had significant roots in the community. His father was the mayor of Mayfield, and he was, when the Historic Resources Board was initially formed, he was appointed, Burge Clark was appointed as a member of the Historic Resources Board. So we had a very long family tie and community engagement with the city of Palo Alto. Burge Clark was a founding member of the American Institute of Architects, Santa Clara Valley in 1948. And an award has been established in his honor, which acknowledges practicing architects who have exquisite design and architectural skill. This was established at least a decade ago, and many individuals have been recipients of this important award, including many architects who reside in the city of Palo Alto. Burge Clark's legacy is significant, and during his 22 years at Stanford University, he influenced the design sensitivities, aesthetics, and architectural practices of scores and scores of architects, many of whom still practice within Palo Alto, and many of them we've seen here presenting their projects before the city of Palo Alto. I urge you to support our motion. We believe this is an appropriate opportunity to honor the significant contributions of Burge Clark.
Councilmember Klein, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes. When the naming or renaming of what we now call Main Library first came up, there was some resistance to even that. So I'm glad we've made some progress to realize that in general most people agree that the library on Newell Road needs to be renamed. The next step is what should we do about that naming? My first concern was that we name it in honor of some distinguished Palo Alton. And that remains my main concern. I frankly was disappointed that we have not had cooperation from the LAC or staff on locating or having a debate about who that person should be. I had hoped that we would sort of have a competition and people would name various individuals and that we would then have a discussion and ultimately decide on obviously one person. That was not to be, and I think it's unfortunate since we have many, many deserving people in our history who should have facilities named after them. So when we reached that point where we couldn't get to where I had hoped to be, Councilmember Price and I sat down and talked through a number of people, and we came out to Burge Clark. And I think Gail has well stated why he would be a very appropriate honoree. I would also note, in addition to all the other qualifications that Gail mentioned, Burge would be the first graduate of Palo Alto schools ever to be honored by our city. It's sort of amazing. Somebody was in the class of 1914, is that right? And we haven't gotten around to naming anybody who's a Pali or Gun grad to be honored. I think that one of the reasons that I came down in favor of Burge is he's an architect. That's one of the arts. We have many arts, but architecture is the one that influences us the most because we see it every day. Great paintings, you either have to go to a museum or be fortunate enough to be invited to visit some wealthy art patron's house, and so forth with music. Yes, you might have CDs or things of that nature, but architecture is always there. If you live in Palo Alto, I think it's pretty hard for you to go through a day without passing a Burge-Clark structure. So he has helped create the community, a very significant part of the community that we relate to day in and day out. And that's just not one style. If you read through Burge's history, he, like I think most architects, went with the times. His style changed over time. If you look at some of the designs he had late in his life, they are very familiar to some of the modern styles that we see architects presenting today. Indeed, some of his quotations indicate that he felt that architects always had to make changes as the world changed, structures changed, materials became available that were different. So I think if we were to honor him, it's not because of any particular style, it's because of his great contribution to the community in general. And that also gets to the idea that somehow it would be inappropriate to affix his name to a building that he didn't design. That's a criteria that you could only apply to architects. We honor people in a variety of ways. We frequently honor people by naming facilities, parks, buildings, whatever, after them, and they had no association directly with that structure. I was struck by that last month when I was in Washington, D.C., and knowing this debate was going to come up, and frequently took a bridge across Rock Creek Park to the Adams Morgan neighborhood in Washington, D.C. That bridge is the Duke Ellington Bridge. Now, I'm sure most of you are very fond of Duke Ellington's music. I don't think he had anything to do with the bridge, but I think it was very appropriate that the Washington, D.C. named it a significant bridge after him. It's been stated that somehow the name of the library reflects the neighborhood. I think that dramatically underestimates the intelligence of our citizens. They'll find it very easily. In the same sense, they find Palo Alto City Hall, which is not identified by a neighborhood. They find the Palo Alto Art Center, which is not identified by a neighborhood. The way they find schools such as the Duveneck School, which isn't identified by a neighborhood, and indeed used to be identified by a neighborhood, but is no longer. All of these facilities also have street addresses. We all know how to find street addresses. So I think that's sort of a make-weight argument that really is not deserving of much attention. I think it's perfectly appropriate that we name things after people. We have so many. I wouldn't be unhappy to see a facility named after Doris Richmond, whom I can recall as being a very effective spokesperson. And there are many others as well who I think they're deserving. And I think that we don't want to pass up the opportunity. Lastly, people mention, maybe you should name the post office building after Burge-Clark if we indeed acquire it. It's a big if. We're not allowed to go into any details because this is all going on in closed sessions, and indeed we have a closed session on it tonight. But I think I can say that, in my personal judgment, it's no better than a 50-50 probability that the city will end up owning that building. But again, this isn't a honor that we're bestowing on him because, if we pass this, because he designed one particular building. It's a lifetime of work that's really at issue here, and I think that would be the case for any other person we name the building after. And I hope we do at least follow the principle of naming this after a distinguished Palo Alto person, and not just after, if I'm translating correctly, an elbow, an intersection. We can do better than that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Niss.
Although it's tempting to make a substitute motion now, I'm instead going to speak to this motion. And Councilor Price's comments were very good. I totally agree with them. I knew Burge Clark. He was a wonderful man. He did many, many different buildings. 3 of his houses are across the street from my own house. But let's talk again about who a building should be named after. And for me, and I think somebody said, I can't say it any better than they did in a letter to us, the main library was designed by a world-famous architect. I don't know, but I think maybe it was a commission that Burge Clark would have loved to have gotten. This is not the building to name after Burge Clark. It'll be confusing and so forth. But I think more than anything, if we're actually going to name it after somebody, it would be Edward Durrell Stone, who also did this building. And his buildings could not be, I think, any different. And that's where we start to totally differ. I think almost everyone would find it enormously puzzling that the Edward Durrell Stone building, which is on Newell, the library would be called the Burge Clark Library. Somehow that really begins to go south for me. We have never designated Durrell Stone for anything either when we're meeting in his building tonight. So I think probably the argument that makes the most sense, and I could have stayed with Main Library when we had our committee meeting on this. I would not have had trouble with that. But I looked at the number of people who have talked tonight. It's 16 of you, and at least half, if not more, have indicated Rinconada. I think Ms. Cormack's arguments put forth, which were good. The parity, the navigation, and the south versus the north are very compelling. Certainly the parity, because if we no longer call the main library, it then becomes perhaps Rinconada. None of us know where the votes are here. But at Rinconada, at least it geographically is very well located. And just as we all know where Mitchell Park is, because Mitchell Park Library has been there and we're familiar with Mitchell Park. I like the idea of geography because that really does give you a sense of place. And I think a sense of place is what we're always looking for in Palo Alto. Finally, I would say the Library Commission met on this twice. They were adamant about their choice of name, and they also had substantial reasons for why they chose that. They did not do it in a casual or dismissive way. So when the time comes, I can go with Rinconada, I could go with Maine. What I can't go with is naming this building the Burge Clark building when another architect so clearly did the building, and I think if we wanted to honor him at some point, we might do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
If we had been presented with a proposed name that had satisfied 2 different requirements for me, I would have been receptive to the possibility of naming the library after a renowned Palo Alton. First, that it should be somewhat of a consensus in the community over that naming. And the only consensus that I'm hearing is around Rinconada. Second, that it really should follow our naming policies and procedures. And if we don't like these policies and procedures, we should revisit them in the future and revise them. And there's some latitude. The first one states the name should, if possible, have or preserve the geographic, historic, or landmark connotation of a particular significance to the area in which the land or facility is located. And so there were conceivable Palo Altans who would have qualified under that requirement. And frankly, I don't even rule out that at some point in the future, if there's a community consensus that builds around a naming, you could have it be a person Rinconada Library. You know, we have the Enid Pearson Arastradero Preserve. We didn't drop the name Arastradero, which is a location, when we added a name. So if this in the future, if the community coalesces around a particular person that we want to recognize, I'd be open to that. I don't want to do it this year because we've spent enough time the last 2 years on this. So as a result, I will offer a substitute motion that we rename the main library the Rinconada Library.
And I'll second that.
Wait a minute. I heard a couple seconds.
Karen, let Karen be the seconder.
So I think I've spoken.
Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I've already spoken to my motion.
Okay, Councilmember Holman.
Yes, I, like a couple of other speakers have said, that I'd be happy with leaving this as main library as well. I don't think that's probably where the votes are. I go to my college campus, and there's a building there named Old Main, and it's hardly the main building on campus. So I don't necessarily think that Main is inappropriate. There are some things that should be pointed out, though. I think the packet page 452, which talks about the criteria for naming, only the first one there, I believe, relates to naming the main library Rinconada. It's the one that states the name should, if possible, have or preserve the geographic, it's one that Pat Burt read, geographic, historic, or landmark connotation, or particular significance to the area in which the land or facility is located. The next two that are listed here in the staff report, if these are the one the LAC came up with, I'm missing something, because consideration may be given to naming the city-owned land or facility after an individual where the land or facility or the money for its purchase has been donated by the individual. I don't see how that applies to Rinconada. Names honoring individual or families other than those of recognized historic importance must be supported by compelling reasons. Well, this Rinconada is not named for families either, so
I don't think they made that argument.
This is what's in the staff report.
Oh, it just said they were irrelevant.
I don't see how they're relevant. So the one that I think is supporting of Rinconada is the criteria 5, which the city encourages naming, which reflects the city's ethnic and cultural diversity. Well, Rinconada was part of the name of the Mexican land grant. I think that is a criteria that's appropriate. Burge Clark, everything that's been said about Burge Clark, I could not support more. Burge Clark designed 450 buildings between Palo Alto and Stanford campus, and he's considered Palo Alto's preeminent architect. He's one of two and maybe three architects in the whole state of California that had as much influence on the built environment. Santa Barbara and San Diego maybe being those other two, Santa Barbara certainly, because he influenced not only the residential but the commercial environment. Burge died I didn't personally know him, unfortunately, but I've read a good deal about him. He died when he was 96, I believe it was, in Egypt visiting the pyramids. I mean, bless his heart. He lived life to the very end. But I also find it would be exceedingly confusing, as others have stated, exceedingly confusing to name whatever architect it is, but I think in this case especially an Edward Durrell Stone building for Burge Clark. It's very confusing. Edward Durrell Stone has his own notoriety. He's a world-famous architect, and so that said, I would hope that we don't know what we're going to end up with the post office, but I think naming, should we get to that point, naming the downtown post office, which is listed on the National Register for Burge Clark, would be wonderful. And the comment I think that came from Emily Rensel said if we really want to honor Burge Clark, we would protect his buildings. I agree with that 100%. He had 450 buildings that he had built here. I don't know what we're down to, but it's way short of that now. We lose buildings that are eligible for the California Register or potentially eligible, and I think we've lost a couple of National Register potential eligible ones too, or eligible ones actually, through single-story construction. So that's why I am going along with the Rinconada. Again, I wouldn't be upset with Maine, but I think Rinconada is also appropriate. I hope also that we find a way to honor Doris Richmond. I do know, and what a Spitfire. What a little Spitfire. I mean, bless her. She's just an amazing, amazing woman, as was her husband, Cole. And I hope also we can find some way to honor the Wymans.
for their vast contributions to the library system here in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Just a personal comment. I appreciate everyone's participation tonight. I know there are a lot of emotional inputs to our process, but I guess I approach it personally too. Lived in Palo Alto for 42 years. Most days I've been out and around town with my kids, with my wife, with friends, with visitors. And you grow attached emotionally to certain things. And I think in this community, what it is are names that resonate with the place that we're in. I mean, just go down the list: Palo Alto, San Francisco, University, Embarcadero, Page Mill, Arrastradero, Bayshore, Foothill, El Camino Real. Each of those names describes a place, a geographical setting where things happen. And I think Rinconada as the gathering place, as the connector, as a land grant, original land grant, fits in those needs. I support the motion that Rinconada is the appropriate name.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. I agree with what most of the speakers said. I think it would be very hard to name a Durrell Stone building after Burge Clark. I don't think you can get two more disparate styles. Sort of reminds me of, naming something Marxist, capitalist, or, I don't think you can get further apart in terms of what these things look like. I too probably didn't have a really strong preference over Maine or Rinconada. I think that the community has sort of coalesced around Rinconada, and the Library Advisory Commission has, done a good job in putting forth their reasons, and I think it's important to honor that. The only thing I will say is I do think we need to remember the Maine. Thank you.
Councilmember Berman.
How do you follow that up?
You don't.
I'll do it very briefly. Hearing folks talk tonight, it's made me appreciate the process that we've gone through. It might have been a little long in the tooth, but it's been great to hear about a lot of the folks in our community who have been so important, have played such large roles in our library system, and I think that we should find the right way to honor all of those folks. That being said, I want to thank the Library Advisory Commission for the work that they've done in this process. I found it to be thoughtful, thorough, logical, and I think it came to the right conclusion, which is the recommendation to name the library Rinconada Library. I won't reiterate a lot of the comments that my colleagues made tonight, but I will support the substitute motion to name the library Rinconada Library.
All right. First off, I'm glad that we got to take up the LAC recommendation. The last time this came to us, we didn't take it up. Instead, we had the motion to take it back to Policy and Services. And we did discuss it a little bit, so I'm glad we were able to take up both items tonight. I will be supporting the substitute motion to name it Rinconada. I have gotten over the concept that we would be keeping Maine. I think that the debates and the arguments about keeping it in part of the location-oriented is one that is helpful for our community and in keeping with how other libraries are named right now. I was hoping, though, to hear from Councilmember Klein and Price an explanation for why they felt, and I don't need to hear it, but I was not hearing why Burge Clark for a Durrell Stone building made sense. I couldn't follow it. I grew up in Marin County. There's a signature Frank Lloyd Wright building that everybody sees on Highway 101 with the blue roof, if everybody remembers that, the Civic Center. It goes on for acres, it seems. It would be very odd to name that building after another architect. And so I also found it odd to be lobbied by architects. Just a couple architects lobbied us on this, and the first one who did said that was, name was being brought forward by colleagues. And so I'm glad that you got your colleagues' memo out so we know where it came from. I'm sorry that it didn't get taken up during policy and services for discussion, and it came up after the discussion at policy and services. So, and then I think the thing that I'm most sorry for is that there seems to be a lack of understanding and clarity as to how we want to do our naming in Palo Alto. And I think that this was redesigned a few years ago, if I'm not 2008. There was some clarity as to how we were going to go through the process. I know we're being lobbied right now to accept the Menlo Park interest to name a bridge over by the Stanford property area that goes over to Menlo Park after a famous bicyclist who helped get the bridge there. And I'm glad that we're able to send it through the Historical Association and do our process, and then I'm sure we'll name it in good order. But this was something that I felt was a little, for me, it was a conversation that has been a little bit disruptive in this community that was unnecessary. I think that we had a very compelling reason for naming different rooms in the libraries with the foundation fundraising. I think I've done fundraising before. It's not fun to do it. It can be fun because you meet a lot of neat people, but it's hard to make those asks. It's hard to be compelling as to whether or not somebody wants to go through and actually name a room, noticing that some people chose not to have rooms named, even though they gave substantial amounts of money and could have named. So I think that it's nice to be able to have a pause with that, get the libraries up and running, and move these projects forward. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. So let's vote on the board. This is for the substitute motion to name this library Rinconada. And that carries with Councilmember Price and Klein voting no. So thank you. And we have one more item to take up before we go into closed session. And this is, while we circulate, do you want to take a 5-minute break and stretch our legs? And then we can reconvene in a few minutes and take up our long-range budget.
To the Maine of the Spanish-American War that blew up in Havana Harbor. It was Councilmember Price, Councilmember Klein, in particular Larry Klein, who was leading the way for Palo Alto's own architect, Birch Clark. He was a graduate of Pali High in 1914, did so much for Palo Alto. But the whole confusion of the building not being a Birch Clark building was something that the rest of the council couldn't really buy. I don't think anybody really challenged the fondness for Birch Clark. What we found that Mr. Stone did, he did the Hoover Pavilion, which is, of course, very historical as well. So Mr. Clark, of course, is a very historical architect. But so was Mr. Stone. And we also learned a lot about Doris Richmond. It was great seeing Loretta Green tonight. Loretta Green, former outstanding reporter and columnist for the Palo Alto Times, Palo Alto Times Tribune. I see her over there with Greg Schmidt, and she told great stories pre-internet of her running down from, I'm sure it was the Times Tribune headquarters here on Lytton Avenue, and getting that key information from a certain librarian, Doris Richmond, that she needed because she believed in research that helped her with so many of her tremendous articles about so many issues in Palo Alto and on the peninsula for many, many years. So it's great to see her here. I mean, she knows a lot about Palo Alto history. Her, Mary Madison. These were great writers for the Times Tribune. I know Jim Madison, who's Mary's husband, a great Stanford lawyer and professor at USF. Boy, some great history there. So we learned a lot about Doris Richmond tonight. There's a lot of great people in Palo Alto. Of course, Tom Wyman, who led the way, really created, Tom and Ellen Wyman really created the library commission. Of course, they differed with some things with the city later on. And some people say, well, that's why he didn't get the nod. But it's hard to say. There are so many famous people that you can name these things after. And there are a lot of buildings that you can name things and people after. There was one thing that came up tonight as well. They should name the Burge Clark building should be the Palo Alto, should be the post office. But Larry Klein said, they're into closed negotiations. Can't really say much, but there's no guarantee that Palo Alto is going to get that post office. It may only be a 50-50 deal, so that may not happen. So in the end, it was Rinconada, and it was Karen Holman who brought it up, saying she actually liked the main library. She said when she returns to her alma mater, the library at her alma mater is called the Old Main. That alma mater is the University of Arkansas. The Razorbacks, which did win a NC2A basketball championship many, many years ago. They did not have a good year this year. They weren't in the tournament, I don't think, but University of Connecticut won tonight in the men's. They defeated Kentucky in a close game down there in Dallas. And, of course, congrats to the Stanford women who made it to the Final Four after beating North Carolina, but fell this weekend to their nemesis, University of Connecticut. So the question is, can the University of Connecticut once again win both men's and women's titles, because they're in the final against the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame tomorrow night, who defeated Maryland. So we'll see how that plays out. But last year Louisville had both the men and the women in the final, and the men won, but the women didn't. Very tough to go after Connecticut. But anyway, a lot to talk about. We were learning a lot about history in Palo Alto, and it was...
The nonprofit hasn't done a good job of reaching out to the tech community. Oh, it's just the tech community, but it's the old tech community, not to the new tech community. Where did these come from?
Madam Mayor,
they're in the closet.
we're ready.
Yeah, okay, let's go. Councilmember Schmid, let's see, who do I see?
Cutting into our presentation time.
Vice Mayor Niss, if I could call you back to dais, please. Got herding cats.
Seriously. Except for all the cats have run away.
Do I have 5?
I was going to go to the back end. Okay,
3,
we're done.
4, 5. Okay, we have a quorum.
Madam Mayor, we'll go ahead and get started. I just thought I would report.
Also, if I could just ask the people who are on the chat if they could go out to the library.
Including the Vice Mayor.
Can those that would like to continue their conversations, if you could go to the lobby, that would be helpful. Thank you. No, we've got a quorum. So we're doing this. All right. Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Yes, Madam Mayor.
This is a Finance Committee long-range forecast. We're going to kick this off with the staff report. I'm going to then go out to any comments that we have from the public, which at this point I don't have any.
Great.
Then I'm going to turn it over to the chair of the Finance Committee.
who is going to kick it off from the Finance Committee. I'm going to go to colleagues then who have not been on Finance Committee so they can ask their questions and then return back to the chair for the motion to accept the long-range forecast, if you don't mind.
All right, well,
Madam
before I turn
Mayor,
it...
I have to bring this up because I think that the agenda is mistitled. The agenda item that we have says that the Finance Committee recommendation to approve. I don't think approve is the right word. I think that the motion was to receive, and it's not a trivial distinction.
I think that that's appropriate. We keep some independence and autonomy in the generation of the long-range forecast.
So the recommended motion would be to accept the fiscal years 2015 to 2014 General Fund Long-Range Financial Forecast. So it's just the title that you think is in. So Jim, if you would, will that interfere with any of our conversations tonight?
No, not at all.
Okay.
My opening comment will, but I did just want to share, just in case you didn't hear, that Connecticut beat Kentucky 60-54. Neither team is that likable, but at least the best one of the two remaining ones won, is the way I looked at it. Thank you.
Good evening, Walter Ross from Budget Director. Today I would like to present to you the 2015-2024 General Fund Long-Range Financial Forecast. With me here is today Lala Perez, Joe Saccio, and Christine Parras. This report was initially presented to the Finance Committee on February 18. It was then accepted and moved forward to the full Council, with some additions which were added to the report. Today I will talk quickly about the overview, major revenue, tax revenues, expenditures which are modeled within the forecast, and touch on one alternative model related to the funding of the public safety building. And finally we'll close with the next steps in the FY 2015 budget process, which is before you next month. The purpose of the long-range financial forecast is that it marks the beginning of the FY fiscal year 2015 budget planning process. It allows staff as well as the City Council to understand the long-term results of past decisions and identify issues that must be addressed in the near and long term, including the availability of funds. It is not a prediction of a commitment of resources. Rather, it is a reasonable snapshot of the city's future financial condition based on various assumptions and currently available data. The next slide, I would like to talk a little bit about a chart which is included in the report and delve a little bit more in detail for that. What it shows here on the blue line is the annual surpluses of the long-range financial forecast. So each year, including 2015, we're currently projecting a $1.3 million surplus, and the annual surplus 2016 is $4.4 million. The cumulative surplus once we fund the BSR, the Budget Stabilization Reserve, over the 10-year period is about $38 million. The net operating margin, which is the red line on the chart, really talks about the year-over-year surpluses and deficits within the forecast. So let's take an example. In fiscal year 2015, I mentioned we projected $1.3 million surplus. Once given the needs the community has, we'll most likely will expend those funds, and therefore that reduces the fiscal year 2016 surplus by that amount from $4.4 million to $3.1 million. The cumulative net operating margin is far smaller throughout the forecast period, and it's about $7.6 million. As much as it's important to talk about what is in the forecast, we also mention what is not in the forecast. Here you have a laundry list of various items which are not yet either in motion today for the last few weeks or which may happen in the future. One of them is the ongoing labor negotiations. For instance, does not include any kind of reference and assumptions of the SAU contract which Council approved in March. Because by the time we actually delivered this forecast to the Finance Committee, these negotiations were still in process. Further, it does not include any kind of assumptions regarding ongoing labor negotiations which are in future in May and June with our public safety unions. It does also not include an updated retiree healthcare plan actuarial evaluation. This report will come before the Finance Committee in May. We have seen drafts of it already, but it has not been finalized yet. It does not include impacts to the assumption of the control of the Palo Alto Airport. the forecast does assume about a $300,000 loan from the general fund annually. However, if that loan amount is greater, or as the Palo Alto Airport is able to potentially repay those loans, these assumptions are not included. CalPERS, or the state legislature, approved a third-tier pension plan effective January 1st, 2013. The valuations which we have today available from CalPERS do not include the third-tier pension because those evaluations are dated previously before these third-tier pensions came into effect. The Calic Healthcare Tax, as part of the Affordable Care Act, Congress adopted a Calic Healthcare Federal Excise Tax, which is supposed to go into effect in fiscal year 2018. Currently, there are no assumptions for this tax included in the forecast. As part of the Infrastructure Committee work, which was in front of Council numerous times, we have shown that new hotels are coming online within Palo Alto during the next 1 or 2 years. This has increased, this reflects a potential higher increase in transit occupancy tax revenue. This revenue, the inclusion or dedication of such revenue of those additional hotels towards the funding of a public safety building is not assumed in this forecast. However, at the end of the presentation, I will show you, or I will present to you, an alternative model. Finally, as you know, the golf course is currently starting the reconfiguration process and the project, and as this unfolds during the next few months, we made certain assumptions that the golf course will be closed effective May. However, given the issues we have had with the State Water Board and other agencies, there may be other impacts to the forecast which are not assumed here today. We talked today about potential acquisition of the Palo Alto Post Office, and if this costs there are no assumptions in this forecast regarding this acquisition at this time, except that the lease cost for development services, which you currently have, will be used towards the annual debt service for the post office. Then, as you may be aware, Stanford University sent the city a termination letter in fall this year regarding the fire services contract. This forecast assumes continuation of the contract. If this doesn't happen, it will have impact on the forecast in 15 and 16 and the out years. And finally, there's always changes in the local economy. It could be improving the economy or it could be deteriorating, and these assumptions are currently not built in. Rather, we're assuming currently a performing economy within the forecast, and we're assuming impact of any kind of recessions, future recessions in the forecast as part of an analysis which I will explain in a second. Going next about a more detailed analysis or presentation about the revenues, since fiscal year 2010, when the Great Recession severely impacted city tax revenues, there has been a steady recovery in those resources. In fact, in such areas as transit occupancy tax and documentary transfer tax, current projection for fiscal year 2014 have even been outpaced, reflecting a robust real estate and business environment. Therefore, for the current fiscal year, staff will bring forward revenue estimate increases as part of the fiscal year 2014 mid-year budget review, which is scheduled for City Council consideration on May 5th. Consistent with the last long-range financial forecast, staff applied a compound annual growth rate to forecast major tax revenues during this period. The compound annual growth rate, or CAGR, is based on 20 years of historical data. By using a historical average growth rate that incorporates the up and down of business cycles over the past 20 years, such as the dot-com bust in 2000, 2001, and the Great Recession of 2008 and 2009, the potential future recessions are incorporated in the growth rates of those tax revenues. It is also important to note that staff, were reasonable, made adjustments to the CAGR analysis, and we'll explain those in a second. In my discussion of the 5 major tax revenues, that's property tax, sales tax, transit occupancy tax, utility user tax, as well as document transfer tax, I will focus on any significant trends during the current fiscal year, the 2015 revenue estimate projection, and the projection for the out years if it deviates from the CAGR analysis. So looking at property tax first, we have experienced a robust real estate market in Palo Alto. Properties have turned over at higher prices, which has resulted in higher tax receipt estimates. Regarding sales tax, you see an uptick in fiscal year 2014, which we're reducing a little bit into fiscal year 2015. The main driver for the uptick in the current fiscal year is a vendor, and it's primarily due to one vendor, and the vendor's changed its sales models. Therefore, we believe we have to reduce the sales tax revenue estimate more to historical levels, reflecting a reasonable economic growth. I mentioned before that with the transit occupancy tax, we are assuming in the next few years that about 4 hotels which we open up within Palo Alto. Additionally, we have experienced in 2014 a combined higher average daily room rate, and which result in substantive TOT receipts. Staff predicts initially a high year in fiscal 2015 and 16, and then we start going into more historical TOT growth rate as new hotels have opened up. Utility uses tax, consistent with past years, the growth is relatively stable, and that primarily reflects growth rates in the water rate and the gas electric rate, as well as the telephone tax, the telephone utility tax. Finally, you see, if you look at the document transfer tax, that tax has performed very well in 2013 and 14. We believe this will continue in fiscal 2015. However, the continuous turnover of properties and the higher growth in property average value may slow down. So therefore, we are assuming right now, fiscal 2016, a reduction in that revenue growth. Turning from revenues to major expenditures, I would like to talk quickly about position costs, benefits costs in the current year, meaning fiscal year 2015 and the out years, and general other non-salary expenditures. The position cost is what we have done with this long-range forecast. We took a snapshot or a census of accounts of payroll data in August 2013, and based on that, consistent with MOAs, with our bargaining groups, we then increased the cost on a per employee basis. We also made one-time adjustments, ongoing adjustments in fiscal 2000 from the fiscal 2014 adopted budget. If you look at the out-year projections for the long-range financial forecast, it assumes a 2% annual growth rate of salaries. As mentioned before, this is not a commitment of any kind of increases in salaries, but rather it is for planning purposes. It also includes the latest projections from CalPERS, including the mortality assumption changes which the CalPERS board approved in February 2014. As you may recall, CalPERS also changed its valuation methods. It changed from a 30-year open amortization period to 30-year closed amortization period, which means within 30 years, the city will have paid off its unfunded liability, or in essence, its mortgage. And it also has moved from a 15-year smoothing period to a 5-year smoothing period. Lastly, we assume an 8% annual growth rate in healthcare expenditures, and all other expenses are based on a 20-year historical consumer price index for our area. One thing which is important to note is that overall, salary and benefits are projected to increase by 35% over the forecast period. However, salary alone only increases by 19%, and benefits increases are projected to increase by 60%. And the main reason for the driver beyond the healthcare escalator of 8% is really the CalPERS city contribution rates, which you see on the next slide. Looking at fiscal year 2015, this is the red line for public safety. We are required to pay a city contribution rate of 39.5%. By the end of the forecast period, that contribution rate will increase by 50% to 59.2%. Although the increase in miscellaneous employees is less, it still escalates from 26.1% in fiscal year 2015 to 33.4% by the end of the forecast period. The city has implemented pension reform in 2010 with establishing a Tier 2. Taking just today a snapshot of how many employees, current employees, are either within Tier 2 or now Tier 3, as approved by the state legislature, we have 20% of all active employees are currently in Tier 2 or Tier 3. So there has been an increase from the last time reported to the Finance Committee in October, when we had about 17% of employees, active employees, being in those tiers. As part of this conclusion, or towards the end of my forecast right now, I would like to talk about a little bit, returning to the base long-range financial forecast model. And as I mentioned to you, we have the blue line, which is the operating margin, and the red line, which is the net operating margin. I mentioned that into fiscal 2015, we have a surplus, a projected of $1.3 million, and once we assume that this surplus will be spent, the surplus in fiscal 2016 will be at $3.1 million. Overlaying now is an alternative model that assumed annual debt service for funding a public safety building, which is about $2.5 million, that immediately reduces the net operating margin in 2016 to $0.6 million, which you see with the purple line in this chart. And as you can see, otherwise, in the out years, this will not change anything for the forecast. It just assumes in the forecast now that annually the city will pay a debt service of $2.5 million. Quickly delving into fiscal 2014 projection as a preview of the mid-year report scheduled in front of you on May 5th, we're projecting to end the fiscal year with a surplus in excess of $4 million, primarily due to higher than anticipated revenues. As discussed with the Council, this $4 million of the fiscal year 2014 general fund surplus will be recommended to be transferred to the infrastructure reserve as part of closing the current fiscal year, which usually happens in November. The next steps in the budget process, we are guided by the City Council approved priorities, which I've listed above here: comprehensive planning and action on land use and transportation, the built environment, transportation mobility, parking and livability, infrastructure strategy and funding, and technology in the connected city. Further, there are council initiatives such as our Palo Alto, transportation demand management and parking, as well as we have long-term liabilities regarding infrastructure and trying to remain a competitive employer. And additionally, maybe other funding needs, which we will bring forward to you as part of fiscal year 2015 proposed budget. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I'd like to go out to the finance chair so that he can get us caught up with what happened in committee, and then I'd like to remind everybody I'll go out to colleagues that were not on finance committee for any questions they may have, and then return to the finance chair for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to staff for your report tonight and for the robust conversation that we had when this was in front of the Finance Committee. We talked about a lot of different elements of the long-range financial forecast. We asked staff to tweak some things in the report that they've brought in front of us today, and they've done so. A couple of those things, I'm not going to discuss all of the various things that we talked about in Finance Committee, but a couple of the major items were, one of the questions was why the forecast, why kind of the impact from a recession wasn't obviously identifiable in the long-range financial forecast. If you're looking at it, there's no year where things kind of dip down precipitously, and as we know in Silicon Valley, that happens once every 9 years, I think, was what staff came up with, which sounds about right. And so staff, reiterated to us and reiterates in their report that they're using the compounded annual growth rates for the last 10 to 20 years, which include recessions, in them. And so it's kind of built into their model is forecast, so that they're not going to try to predict exactly which year it's going to happen. I wish you would. That would be helpful for me selling stock ahead of time and that kind of thing. But it's built in, so it's important for the council and the public to realize that. In addition, staff had kind of listed out some of these potential impacts that could happen. Initially, it was kind of listed just as a list. In the report that we have in front of us today, staff did a great job of just kind of fleshing out what some of these things are. And I don't remember where they start. They're in there. They're in your report. Things such as, it starts on packet page 507, labor negotiations, retiree health care plan, the airport, Coverly, some of these things. And I guess let me back up for a second and just preface this, which is, it's important to remember that as staff says in their report, the forecast is not a prediction or a commitment of resources. Rather, it's a reasonable snapshot of the city's future financial condition based on various assumptions and currently available data. And so as some of these things listed on page 507 to 509 happen, the projections will change. They might go up, they might go down, they might stay the same. Coverly is an example of where things might stay the same. If we're able to renegotiate our lease with the school district and eliminate the covenant not to develop, the plan has been discussed so far, nothing's been set in stone, but we plan on immediately reinvesting that money back into Coverly, or at least that's been talked about. So it's not like as some of these things happen, the city will all of a sudden receive a financial windfall. It's important to keep in mind that while things look better, there are still a lot of obligations that we haven't identified funding sources for that we'll need to. So I guess that's my way of trying to say, the report looks very positive, which is great, but there are still a lot of things that we want to get accomplished that we haven't identified funding sources for. And so hopefully if these, if this comes to fruition, that will be one of those sources for some of those funds. So
with that, I will go out to non-finance committee
Perfect.
council members, and they can ask questions. Councilmember Schmid.
Yeah, thank you. This is always one of the most exciting evenings of the year to have our long-range financial forecast. I'm surprised there's no people.
Yes, it is.
But it is a starting point for the budget discussion, gives a background where we can move forward, with confidence to deal with the issues on the budget. It also is a starting point for our comprehensive plan update. So this gives us a long-term financial look to help us answer the questions about land use and growth in the city. What do we want to be? So let me just ask a couple questions focused on this long-term comprehensive plan perspective. Now, let's see, if you turn to your slide 6, that's the tax revenues. Tax revenues make up about 2/3 of all our revenues, and it's the bulk of the revenues that are not committed to other things. They're not for services rendered, but they can be used with discretion, so they're very important. And what obviously jumps out at this table is the importance of the property tax. It grows, it's larger than any other tax source, it grows faster than any other tax source. It is probably related to the documentary tax transfer as well. And a disturbing piece of evidence that comes from our annual financial forecast is that last year, 73% of the property taxes were paid by residents. This is during a period of time where commercial growth has been notably high, and yet over the last 4 years, that number of resident share has gone from 69 to 73. So that's because of the Prop 13 element. So let me ask you, in a forecast, looking out to 2024, with that dynamic of property taxes, do you anticipate that there will be an increasing share each year in the percent paid by residences? It's a long-term trend. It's true at the county level. It's been true from what I can tell in the city. Will it continue?
I think you make a very good point, Councilmember Schmidt. And looking at it over the years, I don't have the analysis right in front of me, but I think it's probably fair to assume that the residents will pick up a greater share of the burden. I mean, there is, under Prop 13, there are quite a few commercial properties that are in the possession of owners who've, had them for decades, literally.
Yeah.
And so, while there are turnovers in commercial property, and we do get significant remittances through the documentary transfer tax, I think there's significantly more turnover in terms of numbers in the residential side than on the commercial side.
Now, I guess there are a couple other disturbing trends that on the residential side, the share of residents that are in rental units is going up in Palo Alto. And two, the number of family trusts are going up. And I would assume that both of those are, the land does not change ownership when people move in and out of town. Is that right? So that on the residential side, we're talking about an ever narrowing base of people who will be Prop 13, who will be revalued.
Yeah, thanks. There are, when we see the documentary transfer tax turnovers, there are a significant number of TRSTs, trusts, on those turnovers.
Yeah, and my understanding is they do not get revalued when...
No, they don't.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a couple disturbing trends then. One, residences are increasingly subsidizing commercial development. And two, the share of the residences who are accounting for that subsidy is shrinking. I mean, that doesn't seem like a healthy long-term trends that we are on. Is this something we should be worrying about?
It's definitely, excuse me, Councilmember Schmidt, Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. It's something we're definitely putting more emphasis on. We've acquired a consultant to help us study the data even more, because on the other side of the equation, what we're looking at and what we're trying to overlay on GIS is the properties, the assessments, permits pull, so we can do an analysis. Because what we noticed over the last few years is there's been a lot of residential remodeling and expansion, and therefore reassessments. So we're looking at that side of the equation too, and we're trying to build all of that in the open data, so we can see it, you can see it, the residents can see it. So we're definitely delving in deeper into this, because the data's there, and we just need a little help from the consultants to help us dive into that, because we are noticing, as you mentioned, the rentals. There's such a high demand for properties, and then talking to realtors and seeing some of the realtor reports that we get on a monthly basis, we're seeing that the supply is short and the demand is high. And so it is something that we're dedicating more time and resources to.
Yeah, so when we sit down and look at our comprehensive plan, this is certainly an issue that we should think about, of what kind of incentives do we want to provide for what type of development, and how will it affect our tax base, especially as the residences' subsidy of the commercial sector is growing. So I guess we have to be sensitive of when we're spending large amounts of money on parking garages, transportation, buses, shuttles, trains, and so on. We are exacerbating some of these fundamental trends. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to be able to use this effectively as we go down the road this year, and would be very interested in your sharing some of what you get from your consultants.
We plan to do so.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. I guess my first question was, I guess I missed the early discussion about approve or accept. I was sort of unclear as to what the difference was.
We should have asked you to accept it.
No, but what's the difference?
It's recommendations the staff is making in terms of projections, and it's not different than audit reports. It's the acceptance. There's various.
So it does seem very different to me, Lalo. I mean, you've sat in those finance committee meetings with me for 4 years. First year not on finance committee this year, and if I recall, we've actually suggested several changes. We've talked about things. I don't remember ever suggesting to the auditor that we make a difference. We don't set this for a study session. If we set it for a study session, maybe I could see I'm just curious, because Councilmember Klein obviously feels strongly about this, so I'm wondering what the difference is and what we're really talking about when we say accept or approve. I mean, it seems to me that we're approving it, and if we don't like it, we're saying, no, we don't think this is the right thing to do. We think that your assumptions are wrong. We think that, and we've told you in Finance Committee, we thought, what was it, your rate of pension obligations at one point, I think we told you you were using the wrong number, and you came back and changed it. So, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my recollection, is that actually Finance Committee gives you substantive input that we do not give to an auditor, for instance, when the auditor comes to approve a report, or not approve, when they come to accept a report. So I guess I'm seeing it a little differently. I'm trying to get your sense of what you're trying to say when we say approve or I mean, what do you mean here?
First, to your comment about the Finance Committee asking us to make some changes, yes, you're right, we have done that. I guess I was basing on a discussion we had, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago, because we used to call it a plan as well. So there was a lot of discussion during the council meeting to change it from plan to forecast and from approval to acceptance. That's why I was saying that's what we should have called it, because that's what the council discussion was at that time and the guidance that we received to make those changes.
Okay, but we're still suggesting, if we don't like the assumptions or whatever, that we are suggesting you not do it, or you change it, or that's what we've typically done at finance. I mean, I guess that's my question is, so I don't mind if it's a non-substantive thing, it doesn't mean anything, but Councilmember Klein clearly thinks it means something. So I'm trying to get what you guys think it means.
May I just jump in real quick? I'm sorry I missed the beginning of it, so I might have missed all of the context. So I think the concept of what verb exactly to use kind of go either way. I do think that I don't think that the forecast is exactly like other council decisions. In other words, I think that it's more of, I don't want to say it's a negotiation with the staff, but there is we're still allowed a review process with the committee says we'd like you to look at changing that assumption. Theoretically, I think we have the ability to say, no, we're just not going to change that. And in one sense, to even say, if the committee or the council came up with a very different forecast, we wouldn't feel the same obligation to agree with it or own it as we do, I'd say, 98% of the things that the council does. And I think that the council recognizes that because you want to protect, sort of the sense of some independence in doing these forecasts, and they don't, that we have a good council, but you could have a council that would just say, I don't care, you're being too conservative. We want you to overestimate these revenues so that we can make everybody happy this year or whatever. Fortunately, you guys tend to go the other way. But you could imagine if it was in the other direction, we could get in a lot of trouble fast.
Okay. So on a substantive question, is it because of what we call the KGAR? Is that why the property taxes are going up and the documentary transfer taxes stay pretty flat? I mean, I would think the reason property taxes go up is because we have churning in the properties, otherwise you have Prop 13. So you'd think that the documentary transfer tax would be going up, whereas it's pretty flat here. I mean, it goes up a little bit. And I just was the property tax is going up at such a rapid increase compared to everything else here. I thought maybe you could explain that a little bit.
They really are kind of different beasts. The volume, we did apply, first of all, we did apply the 20-year historical CAGR for both of them. So we were consistent, and as I remember, I was Councilmember Scharf, you were one of the two people, I think Councilmember Burt. So we're very consistent with that. The documentary transfer tax is subject to the number of transactions and the mix of properties, be they commercial or residential. We did build in a new base for the documentary transfer tax out about a year or so from now. Prior to the upturn, we were experiencing around $5 million a year. You could see that in the years 13 through 15 on that diagram, well, really 13 through 15, you could see an upward slope. The reason that it is going up so much from 12 to 13 is because we kind of rebased the documentary transfer tax, and that we recognized that it had reached a level that was much higher than what it had been in the prior years, and we felt confident that it could stay at that level. Now it looks a little strange what I'm going to say. As I said before, that tax can go up or down very quickly, and it depends on the mix. So what we did was to kind of hedge a little bit on the more robust. We took it down just a tad in years 2016, thinking that it was a slightly more conservative approach to that. But note, that level in 2016 is much higher than it was in the years sort of prior to the uptick. I hope that made sense.
No, that does. That's actually very helpful. The other question, I just wanted to follow up on what Councilmember Schmidt was saying, because I actually didn't follow. What I actually understood him to say, you can help me out here, Councilmember Schmidt, a little bit, is what I understood you to say is that commercial properties are not turning over as rapidly and as the residential, and therefore the residential is becoming a larger and larger part. I understood that part, but I completely missed the part about what it has to do with if people have a family trust, how that affects property taxes. Yeah, well, I know, but Councilmember Schmidt seemed to think it did.
Yeah, could I just make a comment? Under Prop 13, there's a amendment that says businesses are not treated as people as long as there is some continuity of ownership. It can be 5% or 10%.
Right, that's why commercial properties don't transfer over as much.
So for property tax, where every time an individual resident sells his house and leaves, they are revalued at something like 2 to 10 times the rate.
Got that.
That revaluation doesn't take place on the commercial side, but on the residential side. But if you get a family trust, then you have a dual ownership that crosses generation. So when you die and your children take the house, although there's a new owner or they can rent it out, there's no revaluation of the property. So it becomes like a commercial.
However, if you sold the property that you held in a family trust, then it would be reassessed or whatever because it would no longer be in the trust.
So I think you're also, I'm surprised that you don't have a family trust, Councilmember Schmidt. Most people put those in, Mayor Shepard's husband could help you with this. Most people put these in not to escape that, but to avoid probate. You put your house in there to avoid probate, and that's why you're seeing a lot of these, and it's really not a family trust in the notion of going through generations.
But
it's
it
really
happens to have that effect.
Mark Shepard and I would be glad to conduct a seminar on this before the meeting next time.
So I'm not so sure. The point is, I'm not so sure it's dire on that side of it. I mean, I'm seeing, our property taxes are going up like that, which tells me that that's mostly on the residential side. I think you're correct. But I don't see this part where we're getting fewer and fewer people paying all of that. It seems to me to be broad-based, so as you wouldn't get the large. And I think the other point on this, which is important, is that if you look at the school district's forecast on this stuff, it's wildly different than ours. I think they do a 2% or something like that increase. And I think that actually plays into a lot of, if you look at the school district revenues are going to go, the school district's going to do very well over the next few years, shall we say. And I think that's something that we should note.
When they have a much larger base, the number that they're working with, and they get these kind of growth, then obviously it's much larger piece.
And we've gone back to look at their actuals, and they're significantly different than they're projected.
Yeah.
Right, they are significantly different.
Each year, this was a point Councilmember Klein brought up many years ago about every year calling over to the school district to find out what they're increasing their property tax base by, and we were rather taken aback at the 2% versus above 5% that we were. And, we go to the county just like the school district, and you receive the same information. So.
Okay. Anyway, good job, and thanks for the report.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes, let me first respond to the questions that Councilmember Sharp asked. I think it really makes a difference whether something is approved or versus accepted. And I've been very consistent on this for the last 9 years. The first time I was on the council in 2006, and this came up, I objected. If you approve something, this becomes the policy of the council. And somebody, for example, one of the unions could say, hey, you got a 2% increase per annum built in here for compensation. So what are you doing saying you can't afford a raise this year? Back in 2014, you made this your policy if you did that. On the revenue side, some business person might say, hey, you built in all of these things with no tax increases. So what are you doing now suggesting a tax increase? You're changing your policy. And so forth and so on. You'd have to, I think, for the council really to say this was our policy, you'd have to go line by line in here and say, do we really, really agree? And what are its implications if we say such and such a thing? Even though we can always change our policies, you're giving people of all types unnecessarily a cudgel to beat you with. That's why I don't like the idea of approve. And the idea of a council approving projections and guesses seems to me not the business that we're in. After all, the staff's very upfront, as they have to be, that, if they were really such great seers, they'd be employing Warren Buffett or something like that. He'd have to report to them. That's why I care about this. And
no, I think that was very helpful. Appreciate it.
Some questions. I was a little surprised to see on slide 7 an 8% annual growth of healthcare expenses. Where does that come from, given what we've just agreed to with the SEIU?
So if you look back for the last few years, the annual growth rate was probably around 10% versus 8%. But what we did with SEIU is we actually traded off the 8% with them sharing in with the cost of healthcare increases. So what we did with the SEIU contract, we assumed the 4% that the city will cover. In case the growth rate is above the 4%, the employees would have to cover this additional cost.
Yes, but my understanding was that this would bring down the increases that the city would be. Let me give you a very easy example. If there's a 10% increase in nationally in medical expenses, which is on the high side for this year, as I read, under the plan we had before, the city would have been picking up 8 out of those 10 points. And I certainly understood that what we agreed with the SEIU on would give us a more favorable split on that 10% increase than the 80-20 that seems to be implied on slide 7.
Councilmember Klein, I think what we're hearing is that you're saying, where's the credit for that transaction? And keep in mind, we prepared this before the council approval of the SEIU agreement, so we will come back and adjust the long range with the final numbers of the SEIU agreement when we publish the document.
Okay. And of course, we're also assuming that we can have the same agreement with other unions, and I recognize that we don't have that as yet.
Right. Correct.
Okay. So I can add that one to your list of 10 variables on slide 5. I worry that the 10 items or 11 items now listed on slide 5 are so big, potentially, that they make it hard to really use this as an effective tool. So for example, well, not example, is there any way for us to start putting some numbers to some of these items? I mean, I recognize some of them are so large that you can't do that. For example, unanticipated changes in local, regional, and national economy. But by definition, you can't quantify. But number 2, updated retiree health care plan actuarial evaluation. Don't we have some rough idea where we're going on that right now?
Actually, we're going to have an exact number within a matter of days. So we're coming to the Finance Committee with bullet 2, bullet 4, and we could probably do bullet 5. So some of these numbers we will be able to get a pretty good idea. The bullet 3 is going to be part of the proposed budget. What we didn't want to assume was that whatever staff is seeking as potential requests are going to be the final number. So that's part of the process there with the Palo Alto Airport, because the needs are significant, but we have to stage them in. So I think what we can do, Councilmember Klein, is we'll have some numbers, because we had that discussion during the Finance Committee, and what I committed to that we'll start putting in numbers and state whether it's a firm number or a number, that best guess number as well. So firm meaning that we have an actuarial study or report like the retiree medical.
Right. Well, except for the ones that are obvious, like the last one, the ones that you can come up with some quantification for would be helpful, because a lot of the other things are also projections, guesses. So it's just a question of what's your margin of error on some of these things, rather than just leaving them totally unquantified.
Yeah, I think we can do that. I mean, I think the majority of these actually, I mean, we know how to estimate these. I would just say 2 things. One is, as Lala was saying about the retiree health care actuarial, when we actually get that and we know that that's going to be there, then we'll update the forecast, and that'll start to impact it. Some of these other ones, obviously they won't necessarily automatically happen, but when we make a decision. So when we really move to take over the airport, or when we issue debt on the golf course, and we need to factor that back, that decision, into the context of the overall plan, and then start to see the implications. Now, if we had the other blocks of forecast impact on these dollars, it probably would be helpful if we had to make one change in a particular year. If we said, oh, geez, all of a sudden that's changed the slope of this line. We said, geez, if we had 1 or 2 more of these other ones, it would have a really, could put us in negative territory.
Well, I'm just, I think it would be more useful if we made some careful guesses on all those that are guessable, and you can even do a high, low, mid-range guess on them. Then we really see. And my last question, and I really don't mean this to be pejorative, but am I recollecting correctly that just a few years ago we had long-range projections that showed us in the red out to 2020, 2025?
You're correct.
So,
what's changed?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know it's changed, but if it's changed one way, it can change the other way. So it makes me say, okay, I feel good about where we are, but it's really with several grains of salt, just because that's the way this goes.
If I just might add, I mean, I think it's very valuable to do this 10-year forecast, but, I don't really have much confidence in it beyond more than 2 to 3 years for the most part. And I think everybody ought to recognize that, because all we need are a couple of swings and then the whole line tips.
I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. I was going to make comments about slide 5, but many of them have been made. Again, related to the issue of to note that in your staff report you do give some more detail on each of these categories, and in some areas you do give some numbers. But I do think at this sort of global level, having a range or the source of the information, I think would be helpful. So one question I have is the timing of the production of this. Is there any way this could come a little later without messing up your other reports and deadlines, so that you have more complete information, the results of some of the actuarial studies or some other reports that are contributing to this document? Or is this the best timing given everything else?
Actually, preferably would like to have the report to you much sooner than that close to the proposed budget process because of staff capacity. But beyond that is what we will do as part of the proposed budget is really update the fiscal 2015 shortfall, or excuse me, is the surplus. And with that, have much more firm numbers. So we will include the arbitrary healthcare evaluation. We have other factors with the loan to the airport, and we have other factors included which affect fiscal 2015. Now, one thing, and then obviously what will happen as part of the annual process, we'll update the forecast again in fall this year and publishing it to the Finance Committee in December or in January, how it works out. But the challenge is a substantial amount of work, and doing this in parallel to the proposed budget process, we would be bunching a lot of work for the group into a 3-month period, 4-month period, versus trying to spread it out.
I see. Okay. Because I certainly have felt in the past when I was on the Finance Committee that the notes in the budget document were extraordinarily helpful because it really gave more detail. Now I realize this is not, the density of a budget document. So I did have one question about the property taxes. You obviously get information from the county assessor's office, et cetera, and to what degree is the data from their offices in terms of their projections incorporated in the property tax, major tax revenues in slide 6?
Well, to the county's credit, in the last 4 or 5 years, they've been meeting quarterly with any jurisdiction that wants to meet with them, and including the school districts as well as the local jurisdictions. So I would say that we're aware of changes very quickly, and all the information that they provide to us is incorporated into the forecast. It does change from quarter to quarter. And a lot depends on their staffing in terms of processing appeals and things like that. But it is fluid, and that we do stay on top of that information. One person who reports to me attends every single one of those quarterly meetings, comes back, and we discuss that, and we will revise the number at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. And then just the other question is, or observation, is the issue of kind of the demographic information. And with the graying of Palo Alto, a lot of baby boomers, et cetera, the question is the turnover, the selling of those properties or not, or people. I hate the phrase aging in place. I hate that phrase. But so the question is, I'm assuming the assessor's office and you are mindful of that as you're looking out in terms of the ages of the property owners, and it varies. Each census tract's a little bit different. So I guess to what degree are you kind of folding that into this work, or who are you relying on with regarding some of those assumptions?
Yeah, very much. We're looking at that. We even correlated to the poll study, because we had demographics in the poll study in terms of the numbers in the demographics there. They correlated to what we're seeing in the property tax. So it was a good representation of the polling of what's in that data. So that's part of Councilmember Smith's question earlier that I answered, that we're looking at the data by hiring a consultant to help us dig into that level of detail. I'll just say it, the senior community of the homeowners. So we're looking at that level of detail as well. And so that's the kind of data that we're going to provide you, to have those specifics and percentages, because it's very important as this community is making decisions. We kind of touched on it earlier. You know, the school district receives 56 cents of every dollar, while the city receives about 9. And those numbers impact both of us. Mm-hmm. And a small change in turnover of those properties make a big difference for both organizations. Obviously, their ratio is bigger.
Okay, that's helpful. And then you did say earlier, just to reaffirm in my own mind, that the idea of a mini recession or something else happening over the next 5 to 6 years, I mean, that's obviously built into the slope of these lines. Again, a longer-term projections, you know, it's weaker and weaker. But I guess the property taxes to me look so relatively robust, and I tend to be very cautious in this area, but I don't have the technical background to be able to back up my concern. So anyway, just a comment.
No, and it's a good comment, and I think one of the things that what we can do to help the council and the community is bring in the lines of other communities so you could see the difference. We stand out. We're so different. Most communities, their line went down, and it's trickling up. Our state up, flat, and up. And so maybe we should add some of that data to help, so you can understand the uniqueness of Palo Alto. I think I've told you a couple of times that in 2008 data, there were 6,300 foreclosures in the county, and the city of Palo Alto had 8. So that means people can afford to buy and hold to wait for the right time to sell as well.
So I guess it really illustrates the challenge here. If you're looking at countywide data, different socioeconomic groups, different cities, different circumstances, to what degree are we typical or atypical, and where do you make your judgments? I think it makes it very difficult, and I really appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
I'm going to bring this back to the Finance Chair, Mark Berman, for making the motion.
So I'll go ahead and move that Council accept the fiscal years 2015 to 2024 General Fund Long Range Financial Forecast.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Berman and seconded by Councilmember Burt. Would you like to speak to your motion at all?
No, I think colleagues have asked good questions and made good comments, and I asked all my questions and comments in Finance Committee.
Okay. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I'd just like to add a few comments, partly addressing issues that were raised. So first on this question of accepting or approving, I think it boils down to that we would be approving a plan, we accept a prediction. That's how I would look at it. But I also want to comment on the fact that how greatly we have changed over the last half dozen years. Councilmember Klein mentioned that a few years ago that we had long-range projections that were in the red, and we've had both a combination of reasons, I think, that this has changed. One is that our staff has consistently been moderately conservative, not radically conservative in their predictions, and I think that that's prudent. They're conservative, but within the range of being realistic. Second, that we've had clearly a turnaround in the economy, and I think that there was probably excessive skepticism in many quarters that the economy in this area would return to as robust as it is. So I think that has changed. But finally, we've done significant reforms. We're operating with fewer employees than we did, significantly more than 10% fewer employees in our general fund than we did 6 years ago. And we've reformed our long-term liabilities. So not only are we projecting a surplus, but we are doing so at the same time that we have tripled our investment per year in road repaving. We've almost doubled it in sidewalks. And we've increased all of our capital improvement measures, and we have funding for many of the long-term capital needs that we 6 years ago had no idea how we could ever get there. And I think that's a story that is underappreciated in the community. This didn't just fall on our laps. This was successive years, over a half dozen years of working to make this city now on a strong financial footing. And I think that really needs to be acknowledged and appreciated both by the council and by the community, and appreciate the hard work that our senior staff has done and the sharing of responsibility that our employees have done to put the city in a real sound footing where we're going to be investing in our physical needs even more than we have already done so. And I think that is a major accomplishment that the city had struggled with for the last couple of decades, and we're on the path to resolving. At the same time, we are investing, or we have greater funds going toward our higher pension liabilities and our long-term medical liabilities. So this budget includes more funding to address the long-term liability, while we have instituted, and that's for vested rights that we can't address, and the very long term based on the reforms and benefits that we have enacted, this all starts leveling out and being closer to a sustainable budget for our long-term liabilities. Those are big deals that when we get wrapped up in talking about development and traffic issues in the community, it's tempting to lose sight of how so many things are dependent on the financial strength of the city. And we've really addressed it in a very meaningful way.
Mayor?
Okay, I was going to call for the vote, but did you want to say something?
Well, just a real quick question, a comment on that. I think that these have all been great comments. And, to the extent that certainly during the downturn, we were also saddled with the kind of legacy costs associated with prior contracts or the pension obligations that we have. And as was just stated, while we've made a lot of corrections there on those drivers, those costs are still going up. I don't think we should forget, though, the fact that what comes along with a good economy are also new demands that are placed on us on the expense side. So we're wrestling right now with, how do we build new parking garages? What are we going to do about expanding shuttle services? All of those things are directly connected to this good economy. So there are going to be built-in expenditure demands that go along with these rising revenues, because all of the things that have been feeding into that can kind of create new demands for us. So it doesn't let us automatically say, when we're in labor negotiations with the folks, they can go, oh, times are better, we can go to this place. No, we have a lot of commitments to the community itself we've got to reinvest in. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call for the vote. Can members please vote on the board? That motion carries unanimously. Council is now going to retire into closed session, where we're going to be taking up items for existing litigation. One is related to our petition for review and appeal of our golf course reconstruction project to the State Water Resources Board, and a request on this project for reconsideration of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And the next item they're going to take up is the Conference of Real Property Negotiators regarding the terms and conditions of a potential purchase of the post office.
The agency adopted or supported a appeal of the Regional Water Quality Control Board ruling, and we have transmitted to both the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the state agency the basis for the appeal and what we believe is a very strong refutation of the arguments that were made by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I encourage everybody to read the specifics of the responses that we had, and then the appeal letter that the city attorney was involved in composing. It's really substantive, it's explicit, and I think we all need to look at what's actually there.
Okay, thank you. And then I did want to report out that I did a ribbon cutting up at Lockheed Martin, who has reinvested in doing a whole new building up there for the next 50 years. And I was very shocked to see when I went on tour that, or to hear and to learn, that they send 1 trilobite, 3 trilobytes of data between their system at Lockheed and over to Stanford computers every day with their shuttle that they have up, with the Iris shuttle, which is their satellite that takes pictures of the sun. And that was, I just wanted to share that, because without that dark fiber ring that we have, that would never be able to happen. And it was very impressive to me to see the foresight that colleagues before our time put in to take the risk to put that dark fiber ring in and to have that experience up there in the research park. And I wanted to share it with you. With that, we will retire to closed session.